The more I watch this trailer, the more I realize how well it's actually cut. It's quite, it's not unusual. Like it's still done in the same vein as most of the trailers are, in a sense, but in a really, really good way. Yeah, that's it. We're back with Tears of the Kingdom. I'm excited. um, Let me get off this screen. There we go. We're back, and we're in for more excitement, more, well, tears. I don't know yet. I feel like that's still gonna take me a while to actually get to those. But anyways, hello and welcome. I hope you're having a beautiful morning, day, or evening wherever you are. And we're gonna dive back into Tears of the Kingdom, this time with some signs of, well, hopefully the ancient Zonai. I wanted to call them Nomai, but that's different. Yeah, let's enter this thing. We left off yesterday after diving headfirst into the chasm with Robbie, discovering some things, picking up our camera functionality that I still wish they'd maybe unlocked earlier. I don't really know about that. I don't have a problem with it. I think it's kind of cool that they make you do that quest, because I feel like they wanted to make sure that the players were going to dive into those chasms, right? Because otherwise, I can definitely see that you would maybe feel like those are left for later, or best left for later, right? They definitely do feel threatening either way. But I think they wanted to make sure that you can see, okay, this is a world-spanning thing, right? These caves exist everywhere, and it's important to go into them and look out for what we can potentially discover there. And do so pretty much from the start, especially since they also yield important resources like Zonite that will help us across our adventures, I assume. Well, we did leave off, finally making our way to Rido Village, which is still a little bit away. It's over there somewhere. What the? Is it there? I'm not sure. It's somewhere over there, where that giant storm is. We're still not that far from where we left off. Made some or had some adventures into different caves here and there, made some discoveries, got some weapons, some material, found some really, really interesting pans that apparently once belonged to a certain hero from a certain game where a moon falls out of the sky, which, yeah, that was certainly a discovery. And then I went over to the stable and we got a bit of information on the interesting and funny points, or point system that you can interact with here. The pony points, the PPs. We're still missing 1 point to get a harness that might allow us to attach a horse to possibly a cart, even things that we make ourselves, so that's very exciting. I do still need to catch a horse, but before we do that, I think it would be a good idea to talk to Impa, who is apparently residing over there in what looks to be some sort of research camp, station. Where does the shadow come from? From that giant tower? Maybe the moon's behind that. Either way, one thing that I saw very, very early on, as soon as we pretty much got onto tutorial Sky Isle, what's the proper name for that? Let me double check. The Great Sky Island, like the Great Plateau. Yeah, I definitely need to remember that. Either way, what was very, very apparent right from the get-go is that for some reason there are these huge signs, like in the movie, on some grassy fields all around Hyrule. I think I saw, well, at least 2 different ones. I'm assuming there's more. And it seems to be that Impa is actually looking into these things, which I found very interesting because I definitely suspected Impa would just still chill in Kakariko, especially considering that we've heard that some of the ruins that fell out of the sky landed very close to the village. And you can see it from a distance. There's like that huge, like a huge stone ring. I don't know if you can see it from here. Oh yeah, you can. That thing. That huge stone ring seems to have landed or wedged itself into some mountains right next to Kakariko, which was, yeah, it definitely made me think that Impa wouldn't have necessarily left or that she would be there to investigate. But maybe for some reason she thought that it would be more important to look into these weird signs. And, as we can also see at least here, this particular sign seems to be either Rauru himself, but definitely a Zonai that's been painted into the grass. And the grass itself seems to be illuminated as well. Which is very, very interesting. Either, I mean, there's multiple possibilities here, multiple things that I would assume could be true. Could be that somehow the Zonai back then created these signs for some reason, maybe to signal danger, or maybe to just pinpoint locations more easily in order to possibly place their sky islands in a particular way, depending on if they could be moved. I don't really know. Could be that these signs are possibly also a result of some sort of beneath the ground energy. I mean, something that has definitely become clear, both from the previous game and this one, there is a lot of stuff beneath the ground that seems to be influencing things. And now we've actually discovered the chasms and the depths they lead to. So maybe somehow the grass is drawing up some energy in a very particular pattern, and possibly the creatures, people that lived down in the depths at some point, where we saw statues from, seemingly. Maybe they created this, or I don't know, maybe it was a way to communicate between, you know, below and up. Although it, you know, seems to be a bit large to just be communication, right? Because at the end of the day, you really have to think about, you know, no matter how it was created, it must have been, well, either art, I suspect more maybe a sign or form of communication. Either just with the Sky Isles? I don't know. If my earliest theory about the Zonai is true, and they possibly did descend from the heavens in the sense that they are aliens who came here from possibly a different world / planet, maybe these signs are supposed to tip off other Zonai about the fact that they landed here. Because, I mean, they know what they look like, right? Why would they depict themselves in this? Impa. Hello. I did not think you'd be capable of actually still walking over here, to be entirely honest. Maybe I'm a bit unfair towards you in that regard, but, huh. Hello. What a surprise to see you here after all this time, Link. Impa the Sheikah Elder. Seriously, how old are you now? Aren't you like 140 or something? Possibly older? I heard you had gone missing, and it's certainly a relief to see you back in one piece, more or less. And Princess Zelda, where is she? Well, we don't know. What? She still has yet to return. In that case, we must use all available means to search for her. Link, when Princess Zelda went missing, something else happened all over Hyrule. I can see that. During the upheaval, huge pictures appeared out of nowhere. Images that sprawled across fields and hills. We are calling them geoglyphs. Very adept name, by the way. Huh. I understand they have been found in locations across the kingdom. Kato and I are traveling from region to region in hopes of seeing them all. I wonder, it seems to me, just like the dude with the signs, well, not these ones, the small wooden ones that he's desperately trying to hold up all the time. It seems to me as if maybe they have more of these occasions this time around where it didn't really matter where you go. Maybe Impa would have been at the first sign you go and investigate. Would be cool if that was the case, because that also then means that, you know, depending on where people go, they might have quite different impressions of these things. It's pretty cool. It's not exactly non-linear storytelling, because I'd expect the quest to still be exactly the same thing. But it might still give off a very different impression, especially if people, you know, interpret certain things and signs in different ways. Oh. I noticed this geoglyph from a distance while I was standing on high ground. Examining up close, I could not make out what it depicted. I thought I might have a better view from up in the sky. I took to the air in the balloon Pura gave me, but then, alas, the wind struck and completely sheared the balloon off the base. Oh boy. Wait, and how did you land and survive that? I've racked my brain for ways to reattach the two parts to no avail. Oh. Well, you're in luck then, because we've recently come across a very particular useful power that can do so. Impa. I like her image. I mean, of course she still looks the same, but when she was sitting in Kakariko, she was always a bit, you know, she held her head down and her huge hat just covered her face all the time. So, I don't know, she almost seems a bit, not exactly younger, but definitely more full of energy, right? A bit more attentive, maybe. Impa, the Sheikah Elder. Former chief of the Sheikah, who served the royal family of Hyrule for generations and is a living witness to its near extinction. Sometime after guiding Link through the calamity, Impa made her granddaughter Paya the new chief. Ooh. Oh, so Paya is now in Kakariko doing things. Honestly, I'm very much looking forward to her in that role, because I feel like they kind of did her dirty when she depicted her as just shy, right? I mean, being shy, that was cool, and I think at least she did grow a little bit, but she didn't exactly have character growth, right? So it would be cool seeing her maybe a bit more grown up, a bit more sure in what he does, what she does, because I'm pretty sure she's very, very capable, actually. Being over a century old hasn't stopped Impa from doing her part in the search for Princess Zelda. She's investigating the geoglyphs around Hyrule, certain they will provide clues to where the princess is. Right. Impa and the geoglyphs. If you fix the broken balloon... She's frustrated because it's impossible to see the full picture from the ground. If you fix the broken balloon she told you about, she might be able to get a bird's eye view. Well, we'll do that then, huh? Oh. Not exactly beautiful, and I want to say that the weird glue is kind of covering up where the flame is supposed to, you know, provide hot air for the balloon itself, but I don't know. Does this count? Oh, you fixed my balloon. Thank you, Link. Oh, you come with me to look at the geoglyph then? Sure. Are we gonna get a cutscene? Yeah. Time to head out then. Aha, I nearly forgot. Would you mind doing one final thing for me? Light a fire there, and the balloon will start to float. Then we can be on our way. Oh, well, she's already on it. I don't think I have space for the torch, right? Oh god. I really, really think they should have at least... I guess I can light something else on fire, because I don't really want to get rid of anything here. I could just shoot the thing with the fire arrow. Might as well do that, huh? Watch out! Hot! Oh! Wait! Wait for me! What is it? What you mean, what is it? I wasn't on! Oh, oops. What is it? Where are we heading? Please, to try to take the balloon directly above the geoglyph. I mean, can't really steer, can we? Oh yeah, there we go.
Oh.
Too high up. I feel faint. Huh. Alright, so I definitely, obviously recognize the head of the creature, but how is it looking like it's sitting in a wheelchair? Or is it supposed to depict something else? It's definitely sort of turned, right? It's like the ancient Egyptians did their drawing, sort of this weird side angle. But finally we can see it. The geoglyph. Well done, Link. I wonder if these balloons... Yeah, actually I really, really wonder if these balloons would work all the way up, right? Because in reality, there's like a point where the atmosphere gets so thin that you can't, like a balloon won't go any higher, right? There's like a particular, depending on the balloon, I think, depending on the temperature and stuff that you create as well. Because what happens is you heat up the air inside of the balloon, right? The air is expanding, and that's why it's lower density than the air surrounding the balloon, which means that it's going to get pushed up. But obviously, eventually, the higher atmospheres will, you know, the air will get thinner and thinner. So at some point, you'll reach a point where the air inside of the balloon and the air outside of the balloon have the same density, and the balloon won't go up any higher. Now, I think in our world, in reality, that's a few kilometers high, or a lot. I think it's even higher than where airplanes, like the normal travel height of airplanes. Although, again, it depends on the balloon. But weather balloons, for example, fly up definitely way, way higher than airplanes do. So, even though the Sky Island seem to be very high up, they're definitely not that high up. At least, you know, when we take real-world measurements into account. So, I wonder if they've included that same sort of physical attribute in here, or if they opted for the balloons just being able to pretty much rise up all the way, or at least high enough to reach everything you could potentially. There's definitely going to be some sort of ceiling, because I think Breath of the Wild had that as well, I want to say, where you just couldn't go any higher after a certain point if you tried. Also, I just noticed all the way on top of the screen, right, below the, inside of the balloon's structure to the left, there's like the symbol on the mountains. I don't know if you can see that. It's not that large. But that was present already previously, and I think it was related to a shrine quest. So does it just still exist now, or is it related to something else? Because for some reason all the Sheikah stuff just disappeared. I really hope we're going to get an explanation for that. Just to know, right? I mean, it just seems very weird otherwise if the Sheikah stuff just disappears and nobody really cares or talks about it. You know, I read something in the village's old literature. A passage about what the ancients called dragon's tears. Dragon's tears, huh? Tears as in the things we saw in the opening, the thing that Zelda took? And dragon because it's possibly related. I mean, the dragons as didn't we talk about that yesterday? That the dragons are named after the the three that existed previously. There seems to be a fourth one now, but that they were named after the three goddesses who created the world in its sort of creation story. Huh. Where the tears rest upon the earth, we mark down the images to which they gave birth. Say what now? Oh, okay. That doesn't really seem to fit with the mural that we saw beneath the castle. Because it looked like the Zonai had 7 tears. Like they all had. Unless those aren't the tears.
Oh.
I believe this geoglyph is one such image. But even from this vantage, its meaning is no clearer to me.
Even though I know that's a Zonai, I still can't really make sense of that. Where the tears fell. So who dropped those tears? So there's... Because that almost sounds as if the Zonai are just... Well, I'm saying just, but as if they are maybe just ancestors of the Rito or something, right? Just another race in this kingdom of Hyrule, rather than, you know, almost godlike aliens.
Nor can I figure out what dragon's tears might be. But you know, if the literature is correct, one of them should be quite close, near the geoglyph, or even within its borders.
Yeah.
Would you look around? This could be the clue we need to discover Princess Zelda's whereabouts.
Oh.
If you would like to examine the geoglyph from ground level, you can float down with the paraglider. No need to worry about me. I can manage a simple landing.
Just like you did before when apparently the top part fell off. But I mean, it's glued on now, so I guess it should work. That's awesome, though, that they just sort of transition you into still being in the balloon. Also... Oh, wait, no, that's a lake. I was going to say, that sort of the weird bone mountain in the background to the left, I almost thought that was a giant sort of chasm entrance or something, or at least cave entrance, but that's actually just a sort of lake that has those weird stone mushrooms growing within it, too. Not gonna lie, this is a pretty cool vantage point. Oh, there is another one back there too, right? In the Hebra Mountains? Can we see another one from here? There's one over there too. Though it's hard to make out what it's supposed to look like over there. I mean, okay, so maybe there's 7 of these things? And then, what, 5 of them relate back to the races we know? And one's a Zonai and one is question mark? Huh.
Oh.
Okay,
Yeah.
it's just the same. I was gonna see if she says something else.
Oh.
I mean, it's just a giant grass plain, though. How would there be any tier, like, within it? God, every time the game does this and just presents, well, something like this with the huge sort of vantage point and huge secret to solve, you just kind of want to stay here, right? Okay, let me see. So the path leads over there. Previously the main path to Rito Village was pretty much through this sort of bone valley thing, past the stone mushrooms over there, and then sort of circling around the mountains, and there was like a bridge that led into the village, right? Oh, yeah, it looks as if the coldness from the Hebra Mountains is now sort of spread south and engulfed the village as well. Though the giant storm thing definitely is above the mountains, not above the village. Because you can see there's like that stone pillar structure that almost has like a beak on it, on the top stone. That's Rito Village. Wait, can I? Maybe we can take a little bit of a closer look over there. Yeah, that's the stone where the village is. And we can see, like, the trees being covered in snow as well. Alright, Impa. I trust you to, you know, move back down. Also, why the hell... I guess it's so that she can look over the railing. Because I was going to say, you know, it's not necessarily bad that you're that small, because... Like, why are you standing on a wooden box? Isn't it safer to just stay lower level? But obviously she wouldn't really be able to look over the railing and actually look at what she's supposed to be looking at, so... Well, later then. I guess we'll just start over here. And look around the weird sign, then. Hi, Luna Waffles. Playing some adventures with Link, constant distraction. Yeah, pretty much. I mean, it took me only 10 hours or something to get the tutorial done, so... I'm sure it'll be fine. Ooh, spicy peppers. One of these weird structures again. And again, with the same weird pattern on the ground. Oh. Feels like the game kind of forgot to load in some grass here. See. Okay, so there's a weird hole in the ground. That leads into the cave that I already looked at. That I pretty much came out of. Some ruins over here. That looks so ridiculous. I mean, I saw that once already in the, like, Hyrule Plains. Something about that looks really, really funny, right? Doesn't exactly fit with how the Bokoblins act. The fact that they're all aggressive and such, but it just looks like, you know, duck parents and their little ducklings following along. Royal Ancient Lab Ruins. Oh, those things. For a second there I was confused why that would relate to this image. Okay, it's just a Korok. I was gonna say, would there be like a super important key item below this rock, but no, of course it's just a Korok. Bye-bye. Oh, Impa landed already. Well, that was fast. Well, at least this time she didn't crash the top of the balloon. It is a very peculiar image, though. Since if you just wanted to depict a Zonai, I feel like you wouldn't do it this way. Because this thing has just, you know, the, like it's extending a hand, It's not really holding anything, it doesn't look like that, but it seems to be sitting on something. Something that resembles, possibly, a chair with wheels, for some reason. Okay. Just a normal boulder. There is a monster camp up ahead, but other than that, I don't know. Kind of strange that this thing is supposed to have, I don't know, something in it. You hitched a ride on the balloon and saw the whole geoglyph from the air. According to Impa, hidden somewhere in the geoglyph is something called a dragon's tear. Search the most likely spot to find it. Huh. Quest marker is... Oh no, the quest marker is just Impa, I think. Because part of me, I think... I would almost assume that the thing we're supposed to find is underground and not up here. Because why would it just be... How would it be here? I mean, we can engage with the monsters. Maybe they know what's up. Not that they can really talk to us, but... You never know. Could also be in the... Oh! Could also be in the ruins, I was going to say. Well... If that doesn't look suspicious, I don't know what would be. Is that the eye of the creature? It's definitely the head portion, right? Could be the eye. In the style of the... How do you pronounce that? NASCAR lines? I don't know if I'm familiar with that. At least with a particular name. I know that there are drawings like this in the real world, right? Because there's still kind of a mystery about that. I don't really remember... Weren't there multiple people who did this? I mean, the Aztecs are the guys with the step pyramids, right? In America. They're definitely like other tribes or ancient people who also drew these things, and we're kind of still wondering how they were able to do these drawings when they didn't really have any sort of way to fly up or to have a good vantage point on what they are actually or were actually drawing. Okay, yeah, that's what you're talking about. I think I just forgot the name. Because I definitely, you know, at some point watched like documentaries about that. Or maybe they also just have different names in different languages. I'm not entirely sure. Oh, each image is a single line with a start and end. Yeah. So they've essentially they still make up sort of shapes, right, or pictures, if you will, but they're one line from start to finish, which is even more impressive. And not the case here. These are definitely distinct lines. Although they do still, I want to say, have a certain style to them that seems to be somewhat in line with the weird textures these stones create for some reason. Because I've been speculating the entire time that these stones, for some reason, have almost like a DNA inside of them. That means that wherever they exist, they kind of spread or almost... not necessarily replicate themselves, but definitely attach themselves to whatever they, well, touch. And while these lines on the stones aren't exactly the same, it definitely seems to be the same style to it. Oh, it's the region it's located in. Yeah, I might have known them. I really don't remember. It's been a long time since I watched anything about that, honestly. I might remember them under some, I don't know, particular name of what the people are referred to as or something. Well, alright, what are we doing with this now? Should I just jump in? I like how the energy from, like, on these lines seems to be radiating somewhat. As if it's coming from somewhere, possibly from here. I mean, we can still engage with the monsters afterwards, right? Oh, I can just examine. Aha! Are we gonna get some sort of memory, I was gonna say? That was a beautiful way of incorporating the game's theme. Oh, that's Zelda. Right? Was that directly after she got teleported away from the Demon King?
Oh, dear.
Hello. I think I know who you are.
Where am I? We didn't mean to startle you. I'm sorry. It's okay. My name is Sonia.
Exactly the name I would
Could
have
we ask
expected.
what your name is?
Well, can you tell us who you are?
I am the daughter of King Rome of Hyrule, Zelda.
What an unexpected answer. We are the king and queen who founded Hyrule, after all. Or at least we were the last time I checked.
You two founded Hyrule? And you're the king?
My name is Rauru, King Rauru of Hyrule.
King Rauru? And Queen Sonia? But that must mean...
Yeah, you kind of traveled 10,000 years in the past or something. Okay. I mean, we sort of knew that. But that certainly puts a new perspective on things. Also quite a bit more powerful than the memories previously, right? That only went back sort of 100 years. Now it's suddenly 10,000 or something. Ah, so one of the tabs is memories. Where am I? And for some reason it's not number 1. After disappearing into the depths under the castle, Zelda wakes up and meets 2 strangers who introduce themselves as King Rauru and Queen Sonia. She's left startled by a suspicion that she's heard those names before. I did not realize the queen was not going to be called Zelda. Maybe they called their first child, like the first Princess Zelda or something? Or was that not a name back then? I don't know. Oh, the lines were named after the region because we have no idea who made them? Well, that makes sense. Okay. Yeah, I don't know. It might just mean that I knew about them in like a different language or something, and that's why the name wasn't that familiar to me. I think I'll look that up later. I mean, it's a very, very interesting topic, right? I love those ancient sort of possibly high civilization stuff, like the Egyptians and their math knowledge that for some reason apparently got lost again after they discovered it, for multiple thousands of years even. Right, so this, wow. Why would the memory be... So maybe these pictures are something else entirely. Yeah, it's the royal tradition to name the Princess Zelda, but I thought that was mostly due to... Well, they just kept the tradition going after it started, right? And it sort of started here, but not really. Because So the cutscenes that we got already in this game depicted Zelda as being moved back in time. So we see her in the beginning of the game falling into the chasm that's created by the Demon King, and she gets teleported away or teleported out, but we don't know where. And then the next time we see her, we got a scene where clearly time is not passing, but time is being rewound in the Temple of Time up on the Great Sky Isle. And we seem to be giving her our Decayed Master Sword through time. But at that point, she's already wearing sort of a Zonai costume thing. And then when we see her again at the floating castle, briefly appearing, she's also wearing that. But here she's wearing her normal clothes. So this must be pretty much right after she got teleported. So somehow the tear she found on the Demon King teleported her more than 10,000 years in the past before the first fight against the Demon King or Ganon or whatever had ever happened. Which now makes me think that maybe this is some sort of weird time loop going on. Or at least partially some things like influence each other. Because what if they all have been called Zelda because she went back in time and was called Zelda, and then they just kept that tradition going? But, you know, technically it would have never started if the one person that had, like it's sort of a time paradox there, right? She's only named Zelda because she herself went in the past, was named Zelda, and then they kept that going. At least according to what we currently suspect is true about them. This Sonya person also is wearing one of these tears as a necklace. Rauru does not seem to have one, though. He has the arm, but... Although technically he should have one too, right? Maybe it's on the arm? I don't know. I didn't see it. In the depiction on the mural, though, it looked like they both had one. And maybe were... Well, I think it was kind of referring to them as wedding rings in the sense that they both sort of, you know, celebrated their relationship by getting one of these tears each. Although it would make me question where the other 5 are. Unless, if we do assume that these weird signs in the grass that we found are related to the different races, possibly where they came from, maybe each race had one, and they just, because the Zonai and Hylians chose to connect their civilizations through, you know, royal marriage. They just happen to have one each because they're the leaders of their respective people. Wow. Okay. Well, what does that mean for the sign, though? Did these signs get created through these memories? Is it somehow... Were they somehow able to leave behind some sort of energy that would stick around through time until it recognized some sort of important thing that made it release its energy and create the sign so that we can find the memory? I don't know. Oh, you're fast.
Link, you look distracted. What's wrong?
I still wonder what that looks like to other people. I wondered that before with the memories. Is Link just standing around, like, sort of awkwardly looking into the distance, looking very, very confused and completely like his mind is somewhere else?
Goodness, you say you had a vision. Saw mysterious figures.
Well, one of them we already saw as a ghost, so they're not exactly that mysterious.
And then Princess Zelda. The geoglyphs, the literature, the dragon's tears, and now a vision of the lost princess.
How is there literature about that? I mean, they must have been really good at writing that information down. Wish we had literature from 10,000 years back.
What if these are all connected? Let us continue to examine the geoglyphs. They may contain further clues that lead to Princess Zelda. You know, according to the literature, there is something to do with geoglyphs in the Forgotten Temple.
The what now?
The Forgotten Temple
Oh, that Forgotten Temple.
lies at the bottom of a canyon in Hebrew. At least I think it's the one that they're referring to here. I think we should make our way there soon.
Okay. I love this already. So, okay, the weird lake thing seems to be gone now. Huh. Hey, welcome back. All right. Yeah, let me look into this. The Dragon's Tears. Why is that quest still called Dragon's Tears? You found one of the mysterious Dragon's Tears within a geoglyph. Okay, wait. Why are they all of a sudden referred to as... So the tear thingies, the thing that transported Zelda back in time, that's a Dragon's Tear. But there are a couple of dragons still around, or are those just sort of... They're not images. I mean, we shot some arrows at them to get, like, scales and horns. So clearly they're actual beings. Received a vision about Princess Zelda by investigating it. Impa thinks that the mystery of the geoglyphs might connect to something that's inside the Forgotten Temple. It's located somewhere along the bottom of a canyon in Hebra. What the fuck? Okay, so that canyon, right, was actually kind of a special location previously, right? Not only did it have a absolute fuckload of guardians in it, which was ridiculously funny when you fly in there the first time and there's like, I don't know, 10 different lasers pointing in your direction, right? All trying to shoot at you. But, well, it wasn't really a location as such. It was just an ancient structure. Well, yeah, temple, but it was inaccessible more or less, except for sort of the outer part. It did, however, I'm pretty sure, have the chest that only spawns in once you're done with all the shrines, right? And that's where you get the, like, hero's tunic or whatever it's called from. Well, so now that's an actual location we can investigate. Wow. Huh. I mean, I'm very certain that the Guardians aren't around anymore, but somehow I still want to say that that's... I don't know. It feels like we're already going to endgame locations here. I don't know why. Ah, all right. So I was beginning... I was slightly confused why this was number 3. Yeah, makes sense now. And this is number 2. Well, what's number 1 going to be then? Oh, it did have a shrine too. Or maybe that was the last one? I don't actually remember. Didn't it spawn in that chest though with the special armor? I mean, I guess that was independent of the shrine, right? Okay, there's 18 memories again. I don't think... At least it would be pretty crazy if we had like 12 or something. Because the normal memories that you could find in Breath of the Wild that were connected to the pictures, that was 12 memories. Are there really 12 of these giant signs on the ground somewhere? I mean, I could see a few, but didn't exactly look like 12. The Awakening. God, that image, that was really cool and really well done. The Demon King sort of tilting his head back and then turning and his eyes glowing. While investigating the mysterious gloom on the Hyrule Castle, Link and Zelda encounter a mummy that attacks them. Events spiral out of control when the Master Sword shatters. Zelda falls into the depths of the earth, and Link, gripped by a mysterious arm, is enveloped in light. Okay, I don't know what I was expecting, but I honestly wasn't expecting to find that many sort of worlds defining quests right at the start. I don't know, but I like it. Something can be found in Forgotten Temple. I suggest you steel yourself and then go seek it out. Yeah, I'm not exactly sure when we are supposed to be doing that, because that honestly does sound like a location that might need a bit more preparation. Oh, you can't see me. Wait, are they also doing some sort of... That also looks as if they've built their camp around the mineral, like, stone thing, right? As if they really are gathering resources. Like all the camps that we've seen down in the chasm. Right, okay. I want to find out what would be the best way of utilizing the explosive barrels against them. I feel like I'm still missing... I could put a fan on them, but that would be very hard to control in terms of aiming it towards them. I wish I could stick the barrels to arrows. Though I guess in a sense that would be the same as bomb arrows. Seriously, I need some cool way of flinging the explosive barrels at them. I mean, there's one below. Because I can just move them, but... sadly, I don't think I quite have the range to do that. Oh! Hello! What? Wait. I need to... Give me the wind! Oh no. Wind's already gone. Yeah, I didn't really expect that to happen. How do I... Does that work? Ah! What? Wait, he didn't even hit me. What the hell? Okay, I had that happen with the Hinox too. I feel like the point where the game registers attacks is sometimes a bit weird. Like they register too early sometimes. People have been asking for Zelda lore, and Nintendo's like, okay, sure, hold the Switch a second. It really does feel like that, and I am all here for it. It feels amazing to finally get some really, really good lore here. Especially with how they did it. I think it's... Because it feels both incredibly mysterious. There's a lot of ways in which you can interpret certain events and things that are happening. It still definitely, especially because of the time frame, gives a lot of room for how things can fit together, which I think is incredibly well done. But also, I think is brilliant to... Like, there's so many cool... It feels like we're on some sort of geologist, archaeologist, historical events quest of finding out what the hell actually happened, how all of this got started in the first place. Instead of, you know, what the previous game was, where it was just sort of, oh yeah, there's Calamity Ganon, we need to stop him, so go and activate, you know, divine beasts and whatnot. But now we're actually on a sort of investigative quest, which I think is brilliant. On the end of a spear? Well, I don't really have weapons that I want to... I guess I could throw the weapons at them. It might be because I jumped. I still shouldn't do that though, right? It's a bit weird. There's definitely... Like, it feels like the game just calculates sort of one snapshot of attack damage or something. Or, you know, if you touch certain things of monsters that are meant to deal damage, and it just deals that damage to you, even though the impact isn't quite there in the way that you'd think. But I'll get used to that and kind of know what I need to do. I mean, the whole bit with you know, throwing the explodey barrels on them kind of worked. So I think I'm gonna keep doing that. Okay, so that thing is a, what were they called? Stone talus? You don't see me. You cannot see me. Oh god, you're seeing me. Okay, let's just do that. Nope. Yeah, that didn't really work. Okay, buddy, come over here. Does he still need to turn? Yeah, those are cute stones. Come here. Good way to farm arrows. Stop it. Well, he's a slow kind of guy, huh? Come on. Are you not? Like... Nope. That did not work. But at least I have some wind now. Or not. Oh, it's a battle talus. Yeah, those hitboxes don't quite work out the way they should. Okay, so just not go near any of its things that can deal damage. It's a bit annoying that the fire doesn't exactly propel you all the way like high enough to deal with them. Yeah, touch the arm again. Yeah, that's not how it should work, but... That was the same with the Hinox, where it's just... I didn't even touch it, but for some way it registered it as some sort of... It seems like the, you know, the body parts just have like a weird bubble around them that is dealing damage instead of the actual physical object. That's fine, though. I wish there was a way to use the move attach ability without being noticed. Because it would be funny if I could just attach the explodey barrels to the part where the stone thing gets damage from. I mean, I could throw a bomb at it, but that's kind of boring. What can we do here? I could convince one of the bokoblins to fight for me. Could dazzle them. Choo-choo jelly doesn't really help. Could create a smoke cloud, but doesn't really help either. I feel like I'm still sort of missing some of the cooler resources here. Also, I'm definitely missing a way to quickly get up there. Because I can use Ascent, but then I'm getting very, very close to the weirdly magically extended arm damage. Unless I can try Ascent again. I don't really want to go too close to it, though. But eventually I'll have to get on top. Now I am really missing Rivali scale. Also, I wish there was a way... Would be funny if one of those stones just landed on them. They have very good vision, those bokoblins. I also don't really have a cool weapon to deal with them. And the talus itself also just seems to be more or less walking in place. Like, it doesn't really seem to want to go near me. Well, that's because of the dragon bone pile in front of it. The bokoblins are easily dealt with. There has to be a very cool way to deal with these guys. I feel like I'm... Breath of the Wild people really exploited that? Yeah, I don't know. You think it's a rebalance? Because it's it kind of goes against to what you should be doing, right? When it comes to game development, like you should, that's pretty much a no-go. You should never like extend attack damage beyond the visual of what the attack looks like, right? Though I would definitely agree with it that it was that was way too easy to avoid attacks in Breath of the Wild. Oh. That doesn't really work, does it? Hey, buddy, can you take those barrels for me? Aww. Come on. Looks a bit ridiculous. I do wonder why the Talus isn't really moving towards me. I really thought he would just, you know, start attacking me and move towards me instead of just standing there in place awkwardly. Sadly, there's also nothing else I can attach them to. At least this way, those two guys aren't bothering me anymore. Well, now, how do I get up? Bunch more explodey stuff here. Where am I? It's a bit boring to just use a bomb, but it'll do. There we go. I was hoping for him to... Oh, there we go. He did actually. Ah! Shit. I thought he was just... Oh yeah, that was good. That didn't hit me. Let's heal up real quick. Yeah, maybe it also just is... I don't know, maybe the game tries to calculate some sort of... Whenever there's movement that's happening. And that kind of hits you. Where? There we go. Cheeky ascent. Hey, buddy. Didn't really expect me to be here, huh? Boing. Okay. Yeah, I was kind of expecting him to do that at some point. Alright, well, okay, I did definitely deserve that one. Alright, he just starts hurling stones at you. I think he, in and of himself, is still kind of the same monster that he was previously, now just with added bokoblins on top of it. Why is that? I want to have, like, a cool way of getting up to him. And just ascending feels boring. Yeah, it's something like that, right? It might just be a cylinder. Might be for performance reasons, honestly. I feel like the game would have trouble sort of dealing with a more complicated damage zone, maybe. Okay, let's see. How are you seeing me? There's like a stone in front of you. Okay. Come on. Okay, well that worked. Nope. Didn't really hit the part I wanted to hit though. Good! Link, what you doing? I wanted to attack from the air. Just a flint. Alright. Oh no, he just replenished his arm. There we go. Ah. I was gonna say, I expected him to fall. Just takes a while, I guess. Ah! Come on, come on! Definitely not as easy as it looks. Ah. I just wish that I would be able to use the explodey barrels better. I feel like I'm not really using them as much as I could. Oh, come on! I think I should just heal up. How much... Well, okay, this time I also exploded. I wish I had a way to attach the barrels to something. Like to him, more or less. Or to a bokoblin. It's also... It is definitely annoying that you cannot, like, lift them up as much as I would like to. And I cannot really use... oh, that's not what I wanted. I cannot really use the lift of the... What it's called? Well, that works too. Why did they explode? What the hell? You know what? Let's just do a full heal this time around so he doesn't constantly one-shot me. Well, yeah. As long as I'm full healed, at least I'm not being one-shot. So that kind of works. It's just, it's very, very difficult to use the explodey barrels against him. Also, the ascent is a bit finicky here. Whoa. Okay, that's really difficult to avoid, actually. Still not a big fan of the way you constantly have to redraw your bow in order to attach something to it, though. Because the problem is whenever you start sprinting, it automatically switches back to your melee weapon. I wish it wouldn't do that. It would be cooler if you actually stayed on your bow, if you selected that previously. Yeah, how are you supposed to ascend through him if he's constantly, like, hitting you right away? Yeah, that's way too finicky to do. Also way too many resources used. There we go. But this feels so cheap. I don't know. I want to have another way of dealing with him. Yeah, that's definitely what I wanted to do, Link. 3 hits is not exactly much. I thought he was going to throw again. Okay, I definitely need another strategy to do this. Want to know a trick with fused weapons? No, not really, honestly. Oh, you think the bokoblins work more of sound than sight? I don't know, could be. Well, they're definitely looking at me, so... it's their sight in this particular case that notices me. It's just their sight is, you know, very far. Which is fair. I like that a lot better than what most games do for some reason, where it's completely illogical that enemies never see you even though they're standing really, really close to them. Sadly, most stealth games are really bad that way. Or most games in general. God, I want to have a way to attach... I wish I had one of those funny little glue sticks that I could use to attach the explodey barrels to his weak point. But sadly, I don't really have that yet. I could just place down a fan, but the whole ascending through him is kind of annoying. I don't really think I'd have a way to get the weapons up there. Oh, wrong ability. Why do I always think that that's actually move? Oh no. Well, sort of. There we go. Okay, that dealt way less damage than what it should have. Oh. He accidentally seemed to have run into the... Nope. Shit. Damn it. What? There we go. I wish I would hit that platform more often, but I think it's just the way he turns sometimes. Is he gonna throw off the bokoblin too? No. Okay. How does that work? How is he able to throw off just me and not the bokoblin at the same time? Also, where did the other one come from? How are you still there? Question mark. Does he also not see me? Oh yeah, it sort of briefly meant that I was out of combat again. Yeah, I might as well use the two-handed stuff. Neat! Bit more complicated than it needed to be. Okay, so the smoke bombs definitely work a lot better than I thought. So they're also not exactly based on visual. I mean, they kind of are. I guess the idea is that they pretty much also go into their eyes or something and just obscure their vision quite a bit. That makes sense. Wait, what? Is that his, like, stone teller's heart? One would think they would need a bit more of an impact to explode. Yeah, the explodey barrels are definitely quite finicky. They can explode super, super easy. Okay.
there nothing in there? Yeah, it looks like something that would contain like a like a heart piece or something. I don't know. Seemingly it doesn't. Let's open up the chest first. Maybe there's a good weapon in there, because I might be able to fuse the heart to something. It doesn't exactly look like a good weapon, though. Lizard Reaper. A tree branch with an added grip and excellent balance. Equip it and use it as a weapon. Oh. Okay, that's already fused. I won't be able to use that. Well, at least now I know that if I come across some very tall stone taluses, that the smoke bombs are definitely a way to go, because it briefly sort of turns off the encounter, if you will. Like, it disengages you from the enemy. That just gives you more time to, you know, do stuff with them. Do I just want to... You know what? I've been carrying around that Zonai sword for so long now. Might as well. Well, then, stone talus hammer. Alright. Why is it shaped like a heart, though? It's not exactly what you would typically put on a weapon, huh? I think it's hammer type weapon. Yeah. It really doesn't look like a weapon at all. Or it doesn't look like something that's supposed to be used as a weapon. I'm still thinking that I should have been able to come up with a better strategy here. I mean, the smoke bombs were definitely good. But... I was saying that earlier with the other monster camps that I engaged, that I always felt like I wasn't quite utilizing the explodey barrels as well as I could. I'm definitely missing a way to shoot them at the enemy. Like stasis. Or something like that. But recall would only work if they were already on top of it at some point. So that doesn't really work. Yeah, climbing. I think you're more or less supposed to be using the ascent ability. And I mean, it does work. It's just really, really finicky. Because there's all kinds of sort of weird spikes and little bits and pieces below the platforms. That makes it hard to hit the points where it's, you know, easy to ascend. And while the thing's moving is even weirder. I don't know. I mean, you can definitely use the explodey barrels to just create an updraft to fly upwards. At least that way you can deal with the bokoblins, which makes dealing with the boss a lot easier. Although the way he's throwing stuff at you, it makes it kind of hard again because, well, he just has a, he covers a pretty wide area, so unless you're, like, circle sprinting around him, he's very likely to just hit you right away. Yeah, let's keep the... might as well go back to the sword for now. I don't know, when I first saw that stone heart, I definitely thought that it just contained some additional loot or some special collectible from the taluses. And wasn't just a fancy fuse stone. Because it looks kind of wasted on a weapon, honestly. I don't know. Maybe it gives you additional resources on mineral outposts or something. That would actually be funny. But it would have to be, you know, mentioned somewhere, I think. Because otherwise that would be a very obscure thing. Oh no. Oh, come on, Link. Wait. There we go. Okay, well, I do know how I want to deal with you guys, though. Let's hit that guy. Oh, he's just dead. Never mind. You're dead too. Yeah, maybe it wasn't exactly the the best idea to
burn everything. Not that I really wanted to do that.
Ah!
That works. Not today, dude. Oh, wait, did I already shatter my sword? That was fast. Oh. Sometimes the... I don't know what it is exactly. Oh shit, that was the wrong thing. Sometimes it really doesn't want you to do what you want to do. Because I was trying to, like, hold the button. For some reason it still attacked. There we go. That's what I wanted to do. There we go. God, the skeletons are really scary, though. I mean, it's because their damn hands are dealing like 20 damage. Ooh, boss buckleton horn. Give me that. Where's that? Soldiers. Lightweight metal weapon. Fortune roll. It's decayed now. It's so easy to read. Consumes less stamina during charged attacks. That would actually be pretty good. I guess let's drop the arm again. I'm not the biggest fan of two-handed weapons, but it's still cool. Attack power. Drop this thing and fuse it to... Yes. Looks a bit small now, but I guess it works. It's also pretty... well, 18. It's alright, I guess. 20 is scary. Yeah, I already fused like 2 arms together. That's a very potent weapon. Also looks utterly ridiculous. But I guess that's a thing. Oh, where'd all that meat come from? Is he carrying that around? If you put a honeycomb on an arrow? I haven't tried that yet. Because well, at least sort of from my logic, I would say that technically, in order for us to pick up the honeycomb, the bees wouldn't be in it anymore, right? I mean, I literally, like, dealt with the bees individually, because they went after me as soon as they took their nest. But I think it could work. I mean, even though it doesn't really make that much logical sense, it would probably be insanely funny. So they probably went with it. I hope. Might as well try that out next time. I definitely... if I'm facing normal bokoblins, I need to remind myself to not actually hit their heads so that the effects of things that I'm throwing at them or attaching to the arrow actually will take effect, right? Because if they die immediately, obviously I cannot turn them or like anything else. The name of these ruins was really interesting. Like, research something? There isn't really that much here. It's just... Whenever there was a building here, that must have been a very long time ago. Because there's really not much left. Unless there is some sort of secret entrance somewhere that I haven't seen. Using video game logic. Well, that's the cool thing. This game definitely uses video game logic, which I like a lot. Because that makes... Like, there's some interactions in here that are so utterly ridiculous, but they're also insanely fun. So I'm glad that they didn't, you know, go too logical on a bunch of stuff. Like, they clearly knew that putting a priority on fun would just make the entire thing a lot more fun. Right, so... something in me wants to say that going to that giant ancient temple right away might not necessarily be the best idea. So maybe I should continue on to Rito Village. One thing that I wanted to do, though... Is it still marked correctly? Yeah. Oh! Ooh, hello. So if you zoom out far enough, it shows the symbols of these things? That's cool. Huh. So I guess they must remain pretty important then, huh? Where am I? Tear of the Dragon number 1. What happens if I... Oh, okay, so... Yeah, they definitely hugely expanded sort of the features or links that you can get from the map itself, I think. It's a good thing. Although, wait, the red... Was the red marker the tower? It is. Yeah, it might be worth it to unlock the tower first. I'm gonna unlock the tower, and then I'm gonna try going back to... Well, first of all, I'm gonna try to get a horse registered at the stable. That'll give us 3 PP points to get whatever harness thing you can in order to be able to attach a horse to something. And then from there, I can take my horse over to the other, like, purple marked shrine that we still have east of the castle village. So I'm going to do that first, and while I'm on my way to do that, I will upgrade my hearts, because I desperately need to do that. Which I like a lot, by the way, right? I love that the Talus was just... It's somewhat annoying that they're always one-shotting you unless you're full health. But I think it's cool that like, it really provides a challenge and just makes things feel a lot scarier. I like that. It also actually forces you to use up some resources, which is good. Because I feel like I'm already kind of collecting a bunch too many in certain areas at least. Could always hit the biggest guy in the room with the status effects. True. Oh, hello! What you doing here? All alone. Also, there's a blue pea. Hey, buddy. Ooh, that might mean that there's another cave nearby? What the hell are you doing out here? Where's my bokoblin horns? Oh, it's by type. I still need to find the most comfortable way for me to sort these things. Oh, well, that's my bowgun. Ah! Shit. They just immediately burn. God, you have to be careful with so many things in this game. What the hell are you doing here? Is he crying? He's crying, isn't he? What are you doing? Shalaka. Please don't tell me somebody stole your maracas again. I'm gonna annihilate them. Throw them like a grenade is a good point, though. That's why I wanted to do it. So yesterday I engaged a monster camp and I shot one of the bokoblins with the arrow that turns them, right? Against their allies, and the big guy was grabbing the bokoblin and throwing it at me. That was something. I was gonna go to Rita but got distracted in Gerudo. Oh, right, yeah, right, because he went around and unlocked all the towers first. I can see that happening. I mean, I've already been distracted by a billion different things. I'm trying so hard to stay on track. I have been collecting cork seeds, yes. A couple of them at least. Hey, buddy. What's going on? Don't worry, I'm here to help. Those trees over there. Too scary, Shalaka. Oh, there's a bunch of moving... Yeah, I've already seen those. Hestu's concerns. Oops. Wrong button. You ran into Korok Hestu at the foot of Lindor's Brow. He's afraid of something and has stopped in his tracks. There are trees where he pointed, but what could he be so afraid of? Oh boy. There. It's gonna be alright. I have fire arrows. Oh, wait, my bows. I really want... I wish there was a way to auto-equip bows whenever one gets destroyed. Because sometimes you don't realize that you still haven't selected a new bow. Oh, wait, where's my axe? I really like that detail of, you know, if you use an axe-type weapon against these trees, they're just immediately done with. Maybe it's also the damage of the weapon, but I'm pretty sure it's because it's an axe. Shulakala? Scary things are gone. Yes, they are, buddy. He's getting bullied, yeah. At least he still has his maracas, so... You see me? You see me! My name is Hestu. Yeah, I know. We've met, like, 20,000 different times. Well, 240 or whatever, how many Korok seeds I collected in my first playthrough of Breath of the Wild. I'm the musician of Korok Forest, up northeast. Yeah, what are you doing here, by the way? I'm known for my maracas and my dancing. Thanks for your help, Shushakar. To show my appreciation, I'll do a little dance for you and make your pouch bigger. Neat. But my maracas aren't working anymore. Have you lost all 900 Korok seeds? Okay, well, technically I didn't collect all of them, but... The Korok seeds inside are all gone. How am I supposed to dance now, Shoko? The children of the forest must have taken them again. Oh. They just took all of them away again and just flew out in different directions again to hide from you? If I had even one Korok seed, I could sing and dance and use my powers to help you. Well, good thing I have some of them. Korok seeds make a really great sound when you put them in maracas, but the seeds spilled all over the place when I broke my maracas. You broke them? And I think the children of the forest took the seeds while I was all in a panic. Hang on. Do you have a Korok seed? Yeah, a bunch of them. You do. I still don't really want to know how he's able to smell them, though. Yeah. You got a Korok seed from one of the forest children. If you give me a Korok seed, I'll make your inventory bigger. Yes, please. Shalaka! So which stash do you want more slots in? Alright, so this is... Okay, I'm 90% sure that this is going to work the exact same way again, with the first inventory expansion is probably only going to cost one Korok seed, and then it progressively increases, but individually for each stash. Which means that I could probably upgrade all of them at least once or twice first, and then go for a couple more weapons. Yeah, let's see. Okay, I just need one Korok seed. Deal? Yes. Let the expansion begin. Oh, he has a different dance this time. What's this? Where'd the other Koroks come from? Where did they hide? Was he not traveling around? Da, 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 da. Expand the band weapon stash, Shakala. I'm saying the same thing though. Why do half the characters know who Link is and half don't remember? Yeah, that's a very good question. That's right, poop. More shocked Link can smell them. Well, he's a main character in a video game. He has to collect poop, right? That's just one of your typical hero's duties in any game. Wait, really? My camera's desync? Doesn't look like it to me. Right? At least it doesn't look like that on the my screen. So, are you happy with it? If you bring me more Korok seeds, I'll expand your inventory again. Please tell me you're gonna stay around here, though. I'm in the middle of traveling. I'm thinking about heading east next. Joe, I love their sounds. There's so many monsters these days that traveling is dangerous. What I'd like is to find somewhere I can relax. I like lively places. So many. I'll go somewhere lots of people hang out. Wait a sec. You still have Korok seeds on you. I can smell them. I'll be here a little longer. Want me to make your pouch even bigger? Okay, so the thing is, for some reason, in the previous game, whenever you meet him for the first time, he only increases your inventory twice and then nopes out to go to the Lost Woods. So, Well, the problem is, I don't really need an expanded bow stash or sealed stash, technically, because those feel like last longer and you cannot do as many cool things with them as you can with the weapons. Stashes are still quite small, though. Let's get one more bow. Okay, here you go. I wonder if the dance is going to be different once he gets more stuff. All right. Oh, look at the okay. Yeah, I was suspecting that was going to happen.
Gotta get a move on. I'll be heading east soon. I hope we can find a place where I can relax.
Yeah, why not go back to the Lost Woods? I mean, you seem kind of, you know, kind of glad to be staying there.
I still don't have enough Korok seeds, so get out there and find more for me, okay? Alrighty, next time we meet, let's dance together.
Right. Oh, we get his profile too. Not all the Koroks Bully has to. Well, yeah. Like, in my mind, they're all, like, still, you know, it's done in goodwill. They don't really... I feel like they took the seeds because he lost them and they didn't want them to get lost, so they just took the seeds away, not because they wanted to, you know, bully him, but rather just to keep the seeds safe. You know, let's put it that way. Well, Hestu, spirited musician of Korok Forest, a tree fairy with a song in his heart. He is only visible to certain people. The power of his dance can increase the size of Link's pouches, but he has trouble keeping track of the Korok seeds his magical maracas require. They never really went deeper into not everybody being able to see him. I know, well, we know some information about that from possibly other Zelda games, but it is quite a peculiar attribute, right? With the Koroks as well. I mean, I guess they are tree spirits, right? Forest spirits, spirits of children. I know, yeah. In the first game they said it was a prank, but... Well, then again, we also helped him, right? So, no harm done. Anything good that I could put on this? Use a typo. Yeah, since I still have the horn. Oh, man, a couple of these weapons really do look super ridiculous when you put them together. I just wish I wouldn't be getting quite as many two-handed weapons. Hey, Mr. Bulpy. I love their little bell chime that they have. Wait, where are you going? Ah, down here. From this point, it looked as if it was just a road leading upwards, but there is a cave here. Which I expect will have another one of the bubble frogs. Lindor's Bro Cave. Brow. Brow. Ooh, that's deep. And more bomb farms. I like that there's also a bunch that haven't bloomed yet. Let's not drown, shall we? There we go. Oh! Hello! Huh. I don't know what I was expecting. It certainly wasn't a shrine. That's pretty cool. What the... These guys exist again? Holy shit. Okay, God, the music. I love the music they've attached to this gloom stuff. Oh god. Okay, they also have quite a bit of health, actually. Ah! Away! Oh god! They're really fast. I think they're just gonna kill me. Holy shit. Whew. Alright. Yeah. Oh, that's a thing. The nightmare fuel, yeah. So, they actually are, because I remember these guys from Wind Waker. I think they're a thing... Aren't they in Ocarina of Time too? Like hands that come out of the ground and attack you or try to grab you? I'm pretty sure they existed back then as well. Either way though, I do remember when I was still young and playing through Wind Waker for the first time that I was definitely actually scared of these things in the, I don't remember what it was called. Spirit Temple? Well, the temple that has all the, like, fog and these hands in it. They were also quite annoying because that particular temple you had to go through with, Melody, I think her name was, right? And the hands would always try to grab her away from you, but you needed her to solve puzzles, and they would transport her into another room. And so it was very, very difficult to get through if you're younger and not quite as, you know, adept at understanding what's going on. Holy shit. Okay. They seem to have quite a bit of health. That was like 5 arms or something, and they're super fast. So, as soon as they get too close to me, I feel like I don't really stand much of a chance at all. I could try to, maybe smoke bomb them? If I were to climb back up, maybe I can kind of cheese them from up here? I'd also try flying over to the shrine first or something. Holy shit. I could ice it. I think I only have 3 of those left. Yeah. 3 ice fruits. And the problem is, as soon as I attack them with something stronger again, it's gonna unfreeze them. Oh wait, I still have some white chuchu jelly. I mean, there's definitely a bunch of stuff that I could use. The question just is, how do I keep them from getting to me? Like, multiple times over, because they looked really, really fast. Let's do a cheeky climb. See if we can bait them a little bit. I mean, they did give us a bomb here, so... Okay, that definitely worked. Oh, I was gonna say, it looked for a second as if they're actually sharing a health bar, but I don't think so. Okay. little bit churning through my resources here. But since they count as multiple enemies next to one another, I think it kind of works this way. Okay, let's see. Let's just fuse... Ah! Oh, whoa, what? Wait, did they come... Are they resurrecting or something? Or is that because I got up here? Oh, you probably have to kill them all at once, right? So the bomb arrows were definitely a good idea, I just don't have that many of them. Oh, what the hell are you doing, Ling? How did I fall down? Okay. Well, at least it does look as I'm somewhat safe here. Oh, come on. Selected the material. What the hell? Okay, oh, it looks like we... Where are you? What the hell is going on here? Oh! Wait. Well, that doesn't look right. Oh, God. Oh, damn it! It deselected the material again. Ah! Why is he called Phantom Ganon? Oh, come on, Link. Attach the thing. Oh, my... Damn it. Oh, I really got lucky there. Yeah, sometimes these menus are a little bit finicky. Nope. Yeah, I think arrows probably aren't the best idea. At least it seems like his normal attacks don't actually, Nope, that's not wrong. Oh, damn it. Seriously, the game is really annoying in switching between normal weapons and bows. I never had that problem in the previous one, I don't think. Maybe it's because I'm using bows a lot more now. I also wanted to switch my weapon. Let's see. Though I do think I'm kind of underprepared for this thing. Okay, there we go. No. I thought he was going for the swipe again. He activated the bright bloom next to him. Okay, there we go. I don't even really know how I'm supposed to... Ooh, okay. That's not good. Damn it. It's a bit finicky sometimes to get the jump you want. Also slightly annoyed that I'm Damn it. Nope. I always think he's gonna do the overhead swing again. Oh boy. Nope. He has quite a tricky timing to figure out, honestly. Man, I wish I had like attack up or something. Maybe the speed boost would help me? Might as well try. Why am I so close to cave walls everywhere? Oh, he's just teleporting towards you. I'm gonna be overriding my buff again. Can't even really stay close to him for long. I think I just need to be a bit more aggressive, honestly. Ah, there we go. Yeah, once you get into a little bit of a... Or it might also be because of my speed boost, I don't really know. But once you get into a little bit more of a good situation here in the one-on-one against him, it's easier. That'll remove my shield, though. I'm gonna keep that for the time being. Let's see. That's one-handed as well. Ah, there we go. Nice! Come on, come on, come on! Nice. Ooh, yeah, I definitely... you need to be way more aggressive against him. I was too defensive at the start. Oh boy! What the fuck? What just happened? If it's more than one, would a muddle bolt work? I don't know if the hands can attack each other. I feel like now... Probably not. So the hands seem to be, yeah, kind of a phase 1 to the Phantom Ganon. What the hell just happened? Why is this thing here? Dark clump. An unusual substance. It's cold to the touch and it seems as though it's filled with pitch black darkness. Use it in cooking to get a gloom-resistant effect. Nice. Okay. So now we finally found... Because somebody mentioned this to us, that there was an elixir of some sort that could potentially... fight the gloom effects. We just didn't get any information on what that might be. It seems as though it's filled with pitch black darkness. Huh. It looks like some sort of... Rhea stone? Almost like a stone that's also been mummified and then some sort of, you know, ritual thing put around it. Demon King's Bow. A magical bow prized by the Demon King. Its performance reflects the power of its wielder. The higher your maximum number of hearts, the more its attack power increases. Whoa. And it's got 8 power, which is not bad in comparison to the other bows. So it's like base 4 plus 4 or something. So these things will get insanely strong. 41? This slender sword has an ominous presence. It is said to end the life of anyone it touches. Well, I got pretty lucky then. Its gloom will gradually wear down the body of its wielder. Oh my god. Okay. I mean, it looks awesome. Doesn't really seem to have any effect right now. Gloom Tall. It might only be if it actually hits something with it. It's already at 8, yeah. Seems like that's getting strong. It's interesting that both of them have different effects, though. I wonder if they can randomly drop with either one. Fought those hands before, but they didn't turn into a Ganon thing. I don't even know what happened. Why is this here? What the hell? This was just some random cave I entered. I wonder if they... Maybe they randomly come out and... Luminous Stone. Okay, those still exist? I want to say that it's almost as if the Demon King, through the gloom, can just... I don't know, extend his reach to here? Maybe he sensed Link being close to one of his doom puddles or something and said, okay, you know, might as well go there and try to kill him. The thing is, though, or rather definitely the mistake I made at the beginning was that I was way too passive because, well, I did have to kind of figure out what kind of attacks he was doing and also the sort of the timings towards it. I still feel like I didn't really get the timing down. But the thing is, if you keep hitting it, it'll retract the sort of doom puddle that it has around it, making it easier to hit him, right? And the longer you leave him alone, the more gloom will be around him and the harder it's going to be to actually engage him directly. So that was kind of my mistake in the beginning, that I was sort of too passive. I tried to learn his patterns, but instead I sort of put myself at a disadvantage. Although one of it... So if you go too far away, he seems to have some sort of homing gloom bomb that flies towards you. But at one point, he was definitely also at the very start, right? He spread like a huge doom or gloom thing on the wall. Which I guess that must have been one of his special attacks, maybe. But I didn't expect the hands to turn into that thing. I wonder why they did. Maybe it's random. Maybe it's based on certain locations. I mean, it could be either or. Maybe it's based on... Because the hands were also recovering, right? Maybe if they recover too much, they can turn into him? Oh. Thought for a second these were destructible. That is true. A lot that's in the game sort of does train you to be passive. I think, in a funny way, this seems like a better version of what they tried to do in Master Mode, right? With, like, forcing you to engage your enemy, because if you were too passive, they would regenerate their health. This seems like a better idea, or better version of that, where it's not regenerating its health, but it, well, yeah, puts you at a massive disadvantage if you just leave it be, instead of being more aggressive. Which I definitely like, although I would say that it's almost... well, not too easy, but it's definitely quite easy once you finally do get rid of the gloom around him, right? Because then you're just free to attack him. And thankfully, you don't lose a heart or get the cursed gloom effect immediately upon him hitting you or standing in the gloom. Like, it takes like a second, so you have a bit of a chance to get out. Because otherwise I definitely wouldn't have been able... Like, if he had taken my hearts away, I think I wouldn't have been able to deal with him. Bubble Jam, number 3. Whoa. I feel like I need something to calm myself down after this. Maybe the shrine will do it. I wonder if this thing also respawns after a blood moon. Taki Ihaban Shrine. Huh. Also wonder if... Was he potentially protecting the shrine or something? Or was he expecting Link to eventually turn up at the shrine? hot dog high. A nice weapon? Which one? The one I'm currently carrying, or the crazy ones I just found? How's it going? Well, we just fought something very unexpected, seemingly pretty powerful, but also... well, I don't even know. Crazy. You would be shocked if it didn't respawn. Yeah. Well, I mean, it also seemed to drop mostly... Ooh. Rauru's Blessing. Oh, so this is one of the shrines that just straight up gives you a reward. So the shrine's kind of your reward for fighting the boss then. Although, couldn't we have entered this... like, if I had been sneaky and just sort of flown over the hands or something, and immediately went to the shrine, it kind of... I could have just nicked the the treasure without actually engaging with the boss. Oh, the club looks sick. Large Zonai charge. Neat. Zonai charge with massive energy stored within. Yeah. Well, this is actually a club with a Hinox horn on top of it. So the weird barrel-looking thing with the spikes is a Hinox horn that got attached to the club. Oh, this looks awesome, though. I mean, this pretty much does confirm my theory about the inner inner space of the shrines, of the funny little potato stones, more or less being some sort of projection, or possibly another realm entirely. Looks really cool. Also, now with the added knowledge of the depths and the chasm below, I wonder if these motions of the stones around it is sort of an actual... like a pump or something that's drawing out the blessing energy from those light roots in the caves below and into the shrines, possibly. Hidden boss that doesn't even have a boss bar up until phase 2. True! Yeah, I didn't really even... I was so surprised that it even appeared. What the hell? I wonder if all of those hands will... Well, no, you mentioned you saw the hands too, right? So they don't all turn into this thing. I wonder if there have to be different versions of this guy too as well, right? Pretty sure that he'll eventually will come across him with like different weapons, possibly also enhanced attacks later on. That would be crazy. And how is he doing that? So is he... It also... Well, it said Phantom Ganon, right? So it's clearly not him, like the actual Demon King. But he must be able to utilize the gloom somehow. It's like he has... It's like it's creating a network for him, where he possibly can have... I don't know, information... Maybe not information per se, but influence, certainly, around the area where the gloom spreads. Like a lookout post, almost. Right? Placing it where he thought that Link might show up, or other things that oppose him to be able to fight them. Wallmasters? Is that what their name was? Oh wait, no, that was... Yeah, that was another thing, right? Oh, I also wasn't seeing your comment about the rebalance. Yeah, I definitely want to say that at least so far, like in the more sort of earlier sections of the game, hearts seem way more important than what they were in in the previous game. Especially since the gloom, which I think is brilliant, that it takes your hearts away, right? Which makes the whole thing, like it's sort of a more prolonged stamina effect, if you will. Like you need to be ready for multiple fights, right? One fight can influence the other, so it's more of an exhaustion over time effect, which I think is really cool. Like, in general, I like those things in games. Yeah, well, I didn't realize they were called Wall Masters. I always kind of regarded them as the same enemy. Arena of Time and Wind Waker. Floor Masters, not Wall. Okay, yeah, sort of the same thing. Yeah. I was saying earlier that I remember the ones from the Spirit Temple or whatever it was called in Wind Waker. But also the ones from Ocarina of Time. Oh, horsies. Well, let's activate the tower first. I can't get over that it's also just a random cave. I was expecting to, you know, like the caves I found earlier that just have those weird plant things that grow on walls, and, you know, you go in there a little bit and you find the funny bubble frog, and that's it. And suddenly you have like some endgame looking guy facing you. I mean, Phantom Ganon has also been... I'm pretty sure he was always called Phantom Ganon. That's the same guy... Or he was always utilized as sort of a mid-boss in the series, I think. Right? Or like a prelude to Ganon. I think in the Forbidden Fortress, when you visit it at the same time in Wind Waker, you fight Phantom Ganon as well, right? And then you re-fight him at the end before you fight the actual Ganon. Okay, it looks like there isn't really anything too dangerous here, though I think we can't really be certain. Oh, you guys. Oh, oops. I hit the flint. Well, the trees here don't seem exactly, you know, good to make a bridge out of. Let's see. How many of these things would I need? I mean, we have a couple trees. Ooh. Hylian Pinecone. Grows on trees found all over Hyrule. It contains oil and burns well. Throw it into a fire to increase the intensity of the flame. Okay. Oh, come on. Sounds good for enemies that are weak to fire. Not exactly beautiful, but I think it'll work. You know what? It might have been easier to use those things over there. Because I feel like this isn't exactly... How long would this be? Oh god. Sometimes it turns way too long. Ah, well, then again. Heh. Well, almost. I think I'm gonna use the things over there. The trees really don't seem like the best idea in this particular case. enormous stilts, glue them to your legs. Oh yeah, that would be really cool if you could do that. Like manipulate your armor too, like you fuse your weapons. That's gonna be in the third game, I think. Okay, let's grab this stuff. That's way more easier to build a cool bridge with these things than it is with the small, tiny... Well, not exactly tiny, but certainly very thin tree pieces. There we go. Let's grab those ones. I do think I'm gonna need a couple, right? Oh, why did it only attach on the right? That's weird. I feel kind of bad just using up all of their construction materials for like weird bridges. But whatever. I mean, their fault for making them available to everybody. I don't think they exactly planned on this to happen, though. Okay, let's grab one of these as a small little... Let's see, can I... Yeah, that's what I wanted. So that we have a little bit of a point of... like a grappling point for the bridge. Doesn't look very safe, but it'll work. Lindor's Bro Skyview Tower. I love the music. Man, they really could have built, you know, an actual bridge leading up here. What's going on, Pura? How the hell did you get this thing up here in the first place? All of this stuff, and then they kind of forget to, or deconstruct the bridge leading up. Although, wait, no, that actually does make sense. Huh, considering that one of the, like the tower south of Lookout Landing has been kind of overtaken by monsters, or there's been a monster camp that was sort of constructed around it, maybe they actually did want to keep these things safe. And so they placed it on the rock and then possibly got rid of the access bridge so that nobody else could mess with them. Alright. Time to get blasted into the sky again. You ready, Link? I wonder how high we'll be able to get. Now we're very close to that tower-looking thing. These weird arms. That's definitely a reused Guardian, isn't it? Their arms. Kill up. Boom! Oh yeah, we're above some of the islands at least. And we're definitely above that tower. Do you really think Pora's been using fiber for these, or do you think that's still copper? I do sure hope they're not using AT&T, though. Can you still use the tower? Yeah, you can. That's the most fun you can have with them. Like, you can always be shot into the same point, I think, which is insanely high. Okay, so if I wanted to, I could actually land on that thing from here. I don't really know if I want to do that yet. Let me get a nice little view here of the sky. Okay, so there is one weird tower. I was originally speculating that this is actually one of the towers, but now I'm beginning to think this is more of a platform. This is the tower. Looks kind of ominous from above, right? Not exactly like a skull. But this was definitely... It looks like some sort of tower structure that was once, you know, a tower of a certain height, but got sort of drawn out and broke apart. Do it. I don't want to spend like hours in that tower though. Gonna do it eventually. I don't know. I could do it. Do I want to do it? It's directly above those mushroom things. Let's get a look at it first. It doesn't look... It doesn't seem to be too complicated of a structure though, right? Not necessarily, anyways. I mean, I could. Might as well, since we're here. Oh god. Why am I always forgetting about my stamina? Okay, so there is another shrine there, which isn't too far away. It's next to a chasm. Out from. Let's take a quick look at the map, though. Okay, so the map pieces are definitely different as to what they were before. So this was the previous road. The previous road led through here, through the Breach of Demise. I don't actually know if that name changed. And then this was the road that you took to Rito Village originally. I think the rest of it is more or less the same. And this is apparently one of the stables that's got taken over by the newspaper. It might be worth looking into that, so I could... Well, I don't actually need to take the road, right? It might be a good idea to just go over to this shrine and then from there go over to the stable. And then we could use the previous access road to go back to Rito Village. Huh. That's the stable that was in front of it. So much to look at, though! God damn it, my original plan was to go grab a horse and then do this thing real quick. At least so that I can get rid of a pin over here. I mean, I guess I can still do that, right? We could, in theory, I could just grab a horse, register it, go back here real quick. That would also give me an opportunity to get another heart, which I definitely want to do. That seems really, really important. I could even get 2. If I do this shrine, I think I would have 8 blessings. I could get 2 hearts, and then we could come back here and check out whatever weird tower structures in the sky. Does that sound like a plan? I feel like that sounds like a plan. Looking back at the cave, it doesn't look like anything special, does it? Also, I want to say that's slightly new. Huh. Or is it? No? I mean, at least the platform itself might have already been there. I wonder what these tiny islands are. Oh, wait a second. I think this weird thing looks like it's that ball-looking part. It really just looks like... Reminds me of a moon in Outer Wilds. Just looks like a planet. Just very close to the ground. Ooh, stone. Okay, way too much stuff to look at, but, Huh. That's the temple that Impa mentioned. From here, it does look a little bit like it looked before. The tower there. Also, what the heck happened to the mountain? That reminds me of Final Fantasy XIV. The mountain that Omega got blasted through. Definitely looks like some huge weapon fired through it. And then we have another one of the drawings on the ground. That doesn't look like a people though, right? The other one looks like a Zonai. And that looks just like a temple, maybe? Why does it look so weird? Definitely doesn't correspond to the theory that I had earlier about it potentially displaying certain different, like, races and their origins. Cute house. Oh god. Alright, let's just go back real quick before I stand here for another half hour just thinking about what I could do instead of actually doing anything. Let's see. Do I still? Of course I don't. No silencing elixir. Maybe speed boost helps a little bit. Try and go pass out. Oh, I think hopefully you're resting well. So have a good night's sleep. Or whatever time of day it is for you. Let's see. I kind of want to have the black one. That'd be awesome. Just need to be careful that no other one looks at me. Ah, come on. Ooh, that was very close. Hey, buddy. Oh, you look awesome. Oh, did you already grab some food? Back already? Hope it's something tasty. Made myself a bigger breakfast today so that it could go a bit longer before eating some lunch. Alright, well, let's go register this beautiful horse at the stable. And try finding a name for it. Oh, cereal. Oh, it's been a while since I ate cereal, actually. Now I want to have some. The problem with me is, you know, I like to eat it, but not enough to where most boxes sort of equal, I don't know, 2 weeks worth of cereal in the morning or something. And, you know, I always tend to, like, I like it a lot and then just eat it for like a week. And then I forget about the box for like half a year and suddenly realize, oh shit, you got yourself some cereal at some point. I forgot about it. And then it's all like, you know, really dry and it doesn't taste well anymore. So I tend to not buy it. Kind of sucks because I actually really like it, but just... Oh, it's got 4 stamina thingies. Hey, saw you earlier. What the heck are you up to? It really stands out? What stands out? The weird drawing on the ground? Hey, busy day? At least with all the tall trees around here, you don't have to worry about getting lost. Am I missing something? You sure you're on the right track, buddy? Because, like, tall trees, that's not really a thing here. Oh. Look at that structure. Gonna be one of the Skyview towers, right? Is he supposed to be over there? Where the trees are that attacked Hestu? It's big, that thing. I bet it'd be easy to spot from a distance. It very much is, especially since Pura for some reason decided to place disco lights next to it. Maybe I'll just use it as a landmark when I'm traveling. It always helps to have a landmark. That way, if you get mixed up, you can turn yourself the right way around. That's a good option. Thankfully, the world seems to have been purpose-built to have as many landmarks in it as possible. Alright, time to get a PP point. Wait, that was double. A PP. Right. Calm down. Looks a bit like 17 from DBZ. He does, doesn't he? Yeah, with the hair? Because he also had... They both had the... was it 17? 18 is the woman, right? The blonde woman that marries... whatever his name was. Krillin? Yeah, I think he was C17. Yeah, he definitely was. Ling, welcome to our stable. If you catch a wild horse, bring it here. You can register it. Please visit the inside counter if you want to lodge with us. Now, how can I help you? Register this horse. Understood. Your horse will be in good hands. New horse. Bond 25. Strength 4, speed 3, stamina 4. Pull 2. Ah, wild temperament. Okay. So, I'm guessing the pull would determine how big of a carriage it can pull? I wonder how that gets calculated. It's probably like the sum of parts you stick together or something? Probably not only 2, though. I'd imagine 1 star is maybe like 4 parts or something, because, I mean, the wheels would already be 4 parts, right? Yes, I want to register it. Normally, when you register a horse, we charge 20 rupees, but we've got a special promotion going on right now, so you can register your first horse for free. Neat. I do get 1 point still, though, right? Since you're registering a new horse, we'll add 1 point to your pony points. Nice. Reward available. Ooh, looks like you've got some points saved up, Link. If you want to get your reward, step up to the side counter where I keep the ledger, then call me over. Well then, I'll move on to the registration process. By the way, this is definitely what I was somewhat missing from the previous game. It's just these neat little details with like points that you can get in shops and things. I don't know, that they just add so much flavor to the world for me. And it's not like Breath of the Wild didn't have that at all, but it definitely didn't have it, you know, as much as the older Zelda games had. And at least so far, Tears of the Kingdom seems to be continuing the Zelda tradition that the older games kind of established. Yes, actual content. That's right. First, please enter a name for your horse. Alright, now to the actual difficult part. I mean, it's a very cool looking horse. I don't want to call it Ganon, though. Even though that would be in line with the Phantom Ganon that I just fought. I could just call it Phantom. Is there another name that would sort of... I could call it Reaper? Is that too aggressive sounding for a horse? Let's go with Phantom. I don't know. I know that that's technically the boss that I just fought, but it's still a very cool name, I think. What's your horse called? My horse is called Phantom. There we go. Yes. Nice name. Thanks. Name registered. You want to take it with you or board it? Well, let's board it real quick. Because I want to get the reward first, and I want to see if you can maybe, like, buy some stuff for the horse. Your horse is safe with us. Thanks for using the stable. Ever since Hyrule Castle started floating, things have been falling from the sky. Almost makes you wonder if this is the end of the world. Okay, buddy, calm down. Well, then again, he's not exactly wrong about that, right? Imagine this happening in the real world. Like, I don't know, town hall in your city got lifted into the air all of a sudden, and a bunch of floating islands would appear with rocks constantly falling down from the sky that are the size of buildings. Yeah, you know what? That impression isn't entirely wrong. Though that is true as well. It's always the end of the world in Zelda. Oh, wait, that was... Oh, it's just a torch. Anything new going on here? Hi. This weather's just the worst. But welcome to Rito's stable anyway. Wait, I meant to say new Syringe. I was gonna say, it's not Rito's stable anymore. I did it again. I'm sorry. It feels weird to be working somewhere other than Rito's stable, but I guess I need to get used to it. Yeah, we already talked to her about that. Come back to Rito... come back to New Syringe stable whenever you like. I mean, I get that she would confuse the names, considering she's been working at the other one for a long time, but it's not exactly close. I mean, it's still in the same region, but... Anything new here? Work in progress. I wonder when this changes. I don't think he was reading the paper last time. Were you even here last time? I was here? Let's see. What's in this issue of the Lucky Clover Gazette? What's the news? I love this idea of having a paper. That's so cool. Freezing temperatures bring feathery shivers to the Rito. Rito Village is facing a food shortage as cold winds make travel to the village dangerous for resident and visitor alike. That's awful. Sounds like anyone trying to get to Rito Village needs to prepare themselves for harsh freezing weather. There's so much to read in these new newspapers. Some other stories? Blood Moon brings dangerous nights. Be wary, dear readers. On nights when a blood moon rises, so too do monsters that had been defeated. Oddly specific for a newspaper, but alright. Huh, this reminds me of that researcher who was studying the blood moon. Oh yeah, he's here, right? Didn't we talk to him earlier? They were really excited to visit the monster fort and examine the relationship between the monsters and the blood moon. I hope they're doing okay. I don't know if they'd be able to hold their own in a fight. Strange to think that I can learn about world affairs just by reading the paper. Wow, news, right? What a spectacular discovery. Those magnificent geniuses at the Lucky Clover Gazette. So a YouTube showed about NPCs and basically being me's? Wait, they do? In the sense that they sort of have the same assets to them? Or the same way... Because, I mean, me's look very different though, right? We still don't have tomatoes. Wait, who of you guys was Richard? No, you were the guy that I just talked to. Was that you? Customer, you better go inside. Don't want to get wet, do you? Kind of in the middle of something. Yeah, she works for the stable. Oh, no, never mind. She wants me to fix her cart. I completely forgot about that. Wait, so I registered my own horse. I guess if I want to do her quests, I'll have to bring a wild horse directly to her before registering it, maybe? Okay, wheels are right here, so that shouldn't be too difficult. And horses are over there, so might as well do that. Let's talk to him again, now that we talked to Impa. Seems we finished investigating the geoglyph here. However, there are still many places left to investigate across the kingdom. I wonder where we should go next. Should we venture to the Forgotten Temple at the bottom of the gorge in Hebra? Yeah, I mean, isn't Impa already on her way? Or perhaps we should visit the geoglyphs in another region. Are they traveling on foot? I mean, they're not riding the donkey, are they? Is Impa really... She must be... For her age, she must be super fit if she can do that. I don't remember what the guy was that was investigating the Blood Moon. I thought it was just sort of on the way somewhere. Huh. Because I want to say he was not in Lookout Landing. Oh, right, before I forget. Pony Points Leisure is placed here. Receive reward.
Oh.
You'd like to get your Pony Points reward, right? Your reward for 3 points is a towing harness. Very cool. A durable harness that comes as a set with a horse saddle. Attach a wagon or other objects to the harness for a horse to tow. A poor horse. I don't want to know what players make them tow in this game. The harness is a type of horse gear that you can attach to various things. For instance, a wagon or an item you'd like to tow somewhere. If you save up just 2 more points, the horse guard fabric will be yours. What the hell? Horse guard fabric? That's a one-of-a-kind item you can bring to the Hateno Village dye shop over in Decluda. Oddly specific. Okay. What is it, though? Points and rewards. Horse guard fabric. I guess we're not getting really any information as to what that might be. Yeah, well, I'm definitely not going to make them do crazy stuff. I've already read about people or heard about people that since you have the Koroks that you can, or you have to bring over to their friend, right? Some people apparently have done, you know, awful things to them in the sense that they just attach the Zonai devices to them and, you know, I don't think they were quite prepared for those rides. So yeah, I hope that I'll at least try to be, you know, good to my horses. Okay, this is a key item. Nice. I think the game already has more key items in this early stage than Breath of the Wild ever had in its entirety, so that's cool. Man, what's the point of these sleepover tickets if I want to get the pony points? I might as well use it now, huh? Or do I want to key? Well, whatever. Regular bed. Yeah, let's use the ticket. Well then, that'll be free of charge. When would you like to be woken up in the morning? It's truly disgusting. People would do that, yeah. And they sound so sad, those little Koroks with their backpacks. But, of course, if you give the player the option, players will do it. Although, it would have been funny if the game, you know, sort of registered your actions, and if you're especially cruel to other creatures, it would at some point, like, punish you for it. That would be pretty funny.
Oh.
Like, imagine a giant backpack that was suddenly attached to your back without you being able to remove it. And you'd have to travel around with it just because you were cruel to Koroks with backpacks. Okay, oh, hey, the two brothers are not arguing anymore. He's still reading his newspaper. I like that so much. Okay, let me try to get another horse and bring it over to the woman that wants help with her cart. I hope that's how it works. Let me double check. I don't think I got a quest for that. Horse-drawn dreams? Is it this one? Yeah, Zumi is hoping to repair a busted wagon. She doesn't have wheels or horse. Some wild horses in the area. She'll need a helping hand. Right, let's see if it works if I just bring a wild horse over to her. Just need to make sure not to be seen by the others. Please turn back around. Managed to put after you in a sentence, achievement complete. I do that sometimes where I want to write something and then suddenly in the middle of the sentence I sort of remember something else that I wanted to put into it, and then I forgot that I already put sort of the earlier part in the sentence and then just repeat some words. I think that's like everybody does that from time to time. Put you in some kind of watch list. People were roasting them over fires? What the hell? Okay, that honestly sounds pretty fucked up, yeah. I mean, yeah, it's people we're talking about, but still. Poor little Koroks. I get it's just a video game, although, well, sometimes it's a bit of a funny thing where you, like, well, obviously you're supposed to be attached to what's in the video game, right? Otherwise there wouldn't really be a point to it. Like, obviously they want you to make an emotional connection to the world and its people. What's the dog doing? Do you see it? It's chasing its own tail. Funnily enough, though, I do like sort of playing... Or I like the idea of playing like a murderer or an assassin in video games because it, depending on the video game obviously, but some video games do allow you to do that in a very cool way, right? And you can still do it like an Elder Scrolls or something. You can still be like a sort of a Robin Hood type of assassin where you only assassinate the people that are, well, you know, doing things wrong or killing others, stuff like that. But I do have to say I always struggle with those kind of playthroughs simply because well, there are certainly some situations in some video games or choices that you can make that are like, no, come back. Of course, it's starting to rain again. Where you can be really cruel. And that's sort of being like the Koroks and people being cruel to them. That's their choice, and that's not actually sort of what you were supposed to be doing, right? But some video games give you those choices like right up as something that that you're supposed to be doing, if you will. Which is, I mean, it's cool in the sense that it can also tell a very compelling story, right? And obviously it's, depending on how you look at it, it's not really you doing it, but the character in-game. But I've definitely been in those situations where I kind of wanted to do something simply because it seemed like a very cool and actual worthwhile to follow story that would sort of develop from it. If you do a quest or a story a certain cruel way. But then again, every time I'm actually in that situation, I kind of go, I don't really, don't really want to do that. Lara Croft goes on to murder hundreds of men in cold blood. I mean, yeah, that's just video games for you, right? In that situation, it's sort of like, I think, was it Uncharted 4 that had the achievement, what's it called? Lunar Narrative Dissonance or something? When you kill over 500 enemies or something. I mean, they're presented as your typical sort of minions, like in James Bond movies or something, where you don't really care that he just murders hundreds of people because it's, he's a hero and you're not really supposed to care. That's one thing, but I mean, it's a totally different thing if you... Well, in an RPG with like branching stories to particular paths, you can sometimes actually kill people or NPCs that have been with you over a long span of time throughout the game, right? That you've gotten to know very well, and you can still be really cruel to them sometimes. So that's, I mean, again, it can be super interesting from sort of a storytelling perspective. But it's actually not that easy to do sometimes, if you're the one sort of literally pulling the trigger. Did you catch this angel for me? I did indeed. It's just what I pictured. Perfect for pulling my wagon. All yours. Huh? You mean that? You'd really part with such a wonderful horse? Well, I already have my own. Thank you. Wow, you knew stuff like this really happened. I'm so happy. Well, I say that, but with the wagon wheels detached, this horse doesn't have anything to pull. I'll have it wait in the stable for now. Alright, now onto the wheels then. Great! That's the hard part done with. Thanks to you, I'm only one step away from having a wagon of my own. All that's left is using the stable's building materials to repair the wheels. But I'm super bad at that sort of detailed work. I'm only one step away from having a horse-drawn wagon, yet... Don't you worry. I'm gonna get that done. Technically, Pokemon is also kind of cruel. It is, yeah. I mean, the Pokeballs are one thing, right? I can definitely see it being some sort of... I always imagined it as sort of a technology... Well, kind of like the capsules in Dragon Ball, where it's almost like a living room or like a, you know, comfortable tent house sort of deal within the Pokeball, and they can just stay there. Or alternatively, you can think about it as if they're being put on pause or something, right? Like a sort of stasis effect, and as long as they're in the ball, they don't actually, you know, get to do much. Like, for them, time doesn't really pass, so they wouldn't really care being stuck in a ball. Although that doesn't really fully make sense, considering they still receive experience, right? Although then again, that doesn't really make sense either, because that would mean they'd have to have some sort of funny little window they could look out of to see how the battle that was currently done, you know, went and actually get experience from it. Point being, it doesn't really make that much sense, but it still kind of works. Fortnite kids should have a huge advantage. I think I actually mentioned that in my first stream or something, that it would be super interesting to see maybe a boss enemy or something. We saw those Zonai constructs that are able to fuse weapons. I wonder if we're going to get to see bosses that can potentially put, you know, materials together and just sort of hurl them at you. That would also be quite interesting. That's the one thing that always did impress me about Fortnite. The way you can, like, really quickly build super large structures. I mean, I can understand why people like that game so much. Even though I never played it. Well, let's do this. They sure are really nice to just give out these wheels, right? And then being able to drive up to the nearest gas station near you and just get new wheels for your car? That would be insane. There you go. Oh, I think the game kind of... She's, like, inside. Huh? What? It's fixed! Should come back out, right? There you go. It's fixed. Did you do this for me? Thank you so much. It's like a brand new wagon with wheels and everything. All I gotta do now is put a harness on the horse and tether it to the wagon. Then my horse-drawn wagon will be done. A harness? Link, you just got one of those.
Hi.
Sometimes he's really oblivious to what he's doing, isn't he? A harness is a piece of equipment that you can put on horses you own. With a harness, you can connect your horse to a wagon or an item you need to take somewhere. If you collect enough pony points, you can get one as a prize. So bear with me a moment. Please don't tell me she's just gonna give me one for free. I don't think so, though, right? And we're all set. Oh, the horse looks really content with the situation. I can't believe it! A wagon of my own and a beautiful horse to pull it.
To think I started with that old piece of junk and ended up with this. Amazing. Thank you so much. Here, it's all I have left after buying the wagon. I'm begging you, no, forcing you to take it. Please. Ooh, nice. 100 rupees. Oh, that's right. There's one last order of business. What's your name? Link? Zumi? Link? Maybe Zuli or Lumi? Or what about... Please tell me you're thinking about your horse name and not something else. Zunk. What kind of name is that? Zuli or Lumi would be nice. Zunk? Please don't call it Zunk. Oh, the wagon. Okay, never mind. I had something else in my head entirely. I'll call this wagon Zunk. Really? Hey, I promise to look after Zunk for as long as I live. Yeah, you do that. Feel free to come visit the two of us anytime. Hee. Oh boy. Well, hopefully that means that Zunk over here, or rather that she's not going to call anything else Zunk. Would have felt bad for the horse if that's the name it got. She looks so much like a bee. Oh yeah, she does, definitely. She also has the, like, sort of, the way her cheeks are done and everything, right? The way her face looks. It's sort of, it has those me features. Yeah, I can definitely see it now. It's just that the, well, the bodies look a lot more, sort of, like actual bodies. Have more detailed clothes. All right, we got the harness ourselves. We have a horse, so let's take that for a ride. Do I want to fast travel? I don't know. I mean, in theory, I could do a bunch of things on the way. I don't really want to fast travel just yet. But if I just take the road, then... There's all kinds of rivers in between here, though. So it would be difficult to go there either way. Did this road lead into the castle at some point? Where does this go? Actually, that might be worth investigating. Before I grab my horse, I'll just have a brief look at this island. I know there was a... Wait, was there? I think there was a shrine here. I don't know if it still is. But I could go check out what that road does or where it leads and then kind of make my way over here. And then sort of do a double take back to Lookout Landing to see... or to get upgraded. And then hopefully we're prepared to face whatever strange and mysterious things are up there in that floating tower. I still don't understand how this hole got created. It looks so random. Maybe all the chasms truly were created by something bigger striking the earth, and this was just too small to actually break all the way through to the depths. Really looks crazy from here. I do have to say, I like this effect a lot more. The one thing I really wasn't a fan of were the 4 big pillars. Or was it 5? No, it was 5, right? That surrounded the castle in Breath of the Wild. Well, they make sense from what they were supposed to be. So it's not a huge problem that I have with them, but they really looked a bit too much out of place. As much as because like the towers, for example, themselves, they still looked somewhat like an actual structure somebody would create, right? Or the Sheikah would create. The pillars looked a bit too crazy, in my opinion. They were just that tiny bit too large to actually, you know, be or feel like a proper structure.
I don't know. So I like this a lot more. This just looks ominous and kind of crazy, and it's a floating castle of darkness. Actually reminds me of a Yu-Gi-Oh card. What was that called? Something Fortress of Darkness. It made an appearance in, I think, season 1 of the anime. Where it covered the opponent's side in complete darkness. And Yugi wasn't really able to see what kind of cards he was summoning. I actually still have that card as a physical copy. I was so disappointed finding out that it didn't actually have the cool effect that it had in the anime. Oh, where does the hole lead? That was just a small little cave where you could find one of the bubble frogs. And the cave entrance was actually on the other side, and the hole is where I left the cave from. Okay, there is a Korok over here, and there is a Korok on the other side too. Let's see. Yeah, that's a Korok. I wonder if this mountainside has an entrance. I think there was simply a cave entrance here previously that led to where the shrine was. Why has nobody commented on that yet? I want to know what happened to all the shrines. That is so strange. Yeah, haha! Bye-bye. Oh, the Hinox is back. Ooh, whoa! They shoot really fast. Really? Come on. There we go. Yeah, I'm not gonna go after those materials. Why are they building materials down here? They have some crazy plan, right? I mean, they must be planning to pretty much, I don't know, build buildings all over Hyrule. Oh, oop. I remember these. These 3 rocks actually existed previously. Still around. Yeah, this was already kind of a dangerous place, because the Guardians were roaming around all over there. I don't think this island in particular, but was still somewhat dangerous to reach. I love the sounds of nature that they incorporated in the game. I don't know, it's also... It's definitely better done in the previous one, too. I don't know what it is, if they just brought up those, like, bird chirps and everything a bit compared to the other sounds or something. Or if they really are just new sounds. I'm not exactly sure, but there's definitely a bunch of stuff that's just, you know... Oh, there you are. Mountain bug. Oh, he even turned its head. Let's see, can I take a picture of you? Link on Safari. Woodland boar. Can you, like, raise your head or something? You're kind of behind grass currently. No, that's your backside. Come on, buddy. Yeah, that works. Okay. Oh, he's even... You see that? The path he ran destroyed the grass. I don't think they were doing that before. Now there's like a pathway he ran towards me. That's such a cool detail. Alright, actually, let me take a quick look at the descriptions here. Woodland boar. These medium-sized beasts can be found all throughout Hyrule. You can most often find them foraging for food in forests or meadows. Although usually docile, they won't hesitate to charge you full force if you get too close. Yeah, we definitely saw that. And we have the mountain buck. These male deer are usually found deep in the forest. They're well known for their huge branching antlers, which they'll swing in self-defense if threatened. Deer are curious by nature, so it can be tricky getting close, but if you can capture one, you may be able to take it for a ride. Cool. Oh, right, I didn't read this earlier. A bloopy. I still love that name. They do somewhat remind me of the carbuncles of 14. They may look like mere rabbits at a fleeting glance, but these strange and aptly named creatures glow with a mysterious blue light. While the details of their origins are entirely unknown, there's one thing we do know. These peculiar little things have a penchant for collecting rupees. Penchant? Penchant? Oh, right, I think you can get rupees if you strike them, right? Mountain crow. This bird is known for its cleverness and for its distinct claws. They make their homes in mountains, forests, and villages alike. Not only are their jet black feathers seen as an ill omen, but they'll steal the crops right out of a farmer's hands if given the chance. Because of this, they're often met with enmity. And a pink heron. This breed of heron is characterized by the pink tips of its feathers. Unlike its waterfront-dwelling relative, the blue-winged heron, these live in grasslands or arid regions and subsist on insects that live in the grass. They can often be found walking about searching for food, but will fly away if they sense danger. Oh, wait, and one... Ah, right, the warm Dana. This dragonfly has a special organ that causes it to sweat profusely. Wait, an insect that... Is that a thing? Do insects exist that can actually sweat? I didn't know that. Cook it with monster parts for an elixir that will raise your core temperature so you can resist the cold. Alright. Cool. Wait, where's the mountain that I came from? That one. The one I'm looking at. Let's grab the Korok real quick. I was kind of hoping that there would be a cave in it, because that would have let me ascend back to the surface, like back to the top of the mountain, but guess we'll have to climb. Ooh. Blue Nightshade. These still exist too. Cook it to increase your stealth. Honestly, considering that we've already discovered quite a few pretty strong monster types and bosses, I want to say that might be a lot more beneficial this time around to keep some stealth potions every now and again. In case I do have to just sort of stealth past a particularly strong creature. Ah, okay, so these are still around. Interesting. Because the first time I saw one of those leaf platforms, it just required me to hit a certain target. Yeah, haha! You know, considering that the Koroks are playing all of these games with us, I think they truly just want to do that, right? I don't think they're playing pranks so much as just playing games, like children do. Oh, there's even building materials over here. We could build ourselves a boat. Oh, there's another one that's looking for his friend. Before I go to you, though, just a quick double check. Anything on this mountain? This is so crazy. It's just a random island that you can like walk on, and it already has, you know, like a bunch of Koroks. You'll never know what you find. It's just, this can take hours upon hours upon hours. Oh, it's like a castle ruin. I didn't know there would be part of the castle wall over here too. I guess that explains the path then. So at some point the water here must have been lower, like it must have had a lower water surface level. What's going on there, guys? Oh boy. Okay, they really have a good vision, don't they? Oh no! It's another one of these guys! Shit, okay. Uh-oh. Yeah. Just eat an acorn then. Okay, I definitely can eat a couple more of these. Don't turn, don't turn, don't turn! Well, almost. Okay, oh no. No updraft. Damn it. Okay, that's the first. I have to heal every time they hit me because otherwise I'll be one-shot by the big dude. That's just too dangerous. Okay, there we go. That's number 2. The interesting thing with these chalices is, though, that they seem to not really be moving away from their original location too much. For some reason. Oh, he's getting... Oof. It's kind of a lucky scent. What? The hell? That was very unfair. That's really, really clutch every single time. Alright. I definitely need to remember to cook some more food next time I get the chance. God. It's always so close. The good thing is, if he does throw his left arm, it leaves a better point to ascend over there. Come on! Do it, do it, do it! There we go. Maybe doing this right... Oh yeah, this is much better. It's okay. Alright, that was definitely another mistake that I did previously, is that I did normal hits. If you have a two-handed weapon like this that can easily hit stone, and you do your charged attack, it'll spin much faster, so you can just dish out way more damage while you're doing it. I still don't really understand that you just get a heart, seemingly. Like a stone heart. As like fusion material. Okay, it's a good thing though. This time around I was definitely way more ready for this guy. Although I still want to come up with a different tactic rather than just ascending every time and just hitting the weak point like that. Yeah, it definitely slows them down. They also don't move away from their position so much. You still have to be really, really careful with the stones they throw, though. At least at this point, because they one-shot me. Unless I am full, which is why I healed the entire time. Right. Huh. I do still have the Gloom Sword. In theory, I could definitely fuse something to it. But it's such a cool sword, I don't want to mess it up with some weird heart-shaped looking stone, honestly. I could technically detach something from a weapon, but I already have a stone talus hammer, so... I wish you could do something else with these. I don't know. These are weird. Oh, it's just moved back to position. I was gonna say, wouldn't it be crazy if I rewound this thing and suddenly the stone talus would exist again? Huh. They look so interesting, though. I really thought when I first saw it that it was something that you could, like, break, and it would give you a bunch of stuff. Because in theory, the, I want to say the original stone taluses actually gave you way more materials, right? Like rubies and sapphires and so on. These don't really give out too much, seemingly. Which is fine. I mean, you know, I don't actually want to have that many resources. Kind of running low here, but I want to try at least once. Did I blow it up? I think I blew it up. Looks like I blew it up. Unless it just flew super far away. Trying to beat the Lightning Temple boss. What the hell is that? Oh, that's just a chasm. I was going to say something's glowing in the distance there. Well, that is definitely why I need to do the other temple and go back to Lookout Landing. I definitely need more hearts as well. Okay, let's do the Korok last, because I think he wants us to carry him over to the other island. And the reason I came here was because I wanted to look at this road. Oh yeah, while we're at it, I think I still don't have a picture of you guys. Grassland Fox. Well, it definitely sounds fun. And I can't wait to see what the game has in store for me. I've already seen... well, probably more exciting stuff than what the entirety of Breath of the Wild had to offer, honestly. Which sounds a bit crazy when you put it like that, but... well... there were some different bosses and things in the previous games, certainly, but I never felt the sense of surprise that I've seen so far. With the big Bokoblin boss, or yeah, I think they're called Bokoblin bosses, right? The one that picked up and tried to throw the explosive barrel at me and accidentally ran into the fire with it, and then it actually picked up one of the Bokoblins and threw them at me. Like, those are such crazy discoveries in comparison. The first game just didn't have that. And then the Phantom Ganon, I mean, that was certainly pretty much the craziest thing so far. So that's why I think this game is, well, pretty insane. In a very, very good way. Castletown Prison. Okay. I need to find more things to do with the choo-choo jelly. I mean, I know you can turn it into different elemental forms. But I had kind of hoped that maybe the normal stuff would also be usable for something. Okay, so this was the prison of the castle at some point in the past? Huh. It really doesn't look like much anymore, does it? Korok. Oh. Okay, so it looks like those stone hearts are really durable, because it just got blasted off the mountain. Yahaha! It's just lying here. What the hell? Okay, so I guess these things really are just super durable then. I guess that's the speciality that they have. Oh, wait a second. You know what? Might as well. I mean, instead of it just lying around here. Oh, oops. Wrong. Let's just, you know, put the funny little stone heart onto our shield. Why not? Should hopefully provide it with some more defensive capabilities. It's kind of a good shield compared to most of the others that I found so far, so it doesn't really need it, I want to say, but, you know, might as well. Okay, so the road opens up to this here. Because from the map it kind of looked like as if maybe they... Oh, that's a cute little detail they put on the end here. From the map it looked like the road might have at one point extended all the way to the castle. But since this wooden pier is here, I'm now thinking that it might have already always been sort of a boat. You know, boat pier. They probably brought prisoners over then from the castle, right? And I guess this was sort of Prison Island then? I mean, it says just Castletown Prison on the map. Hyrule Castle Moat. Yeah. They probably brought prisoners over to here, and since this is technically also an island, it would have probably been easy to, you know, just put up some guards on the bridge, and it would have been somewhat difficult for the prisoners to escape, even if they escaped the prison. Yeah, it definitely makes... I mean, I have the Stone Talus hammer from earlier, which actually looks really funny if you have both of them on. Yeah. Makes me wonder. I mean, if they really are that durable and make a good hammer, technically the shield should be pretty capable too, right? Alright, little buddy. Yeah. Looking for your friend. Where's your friend? Aww. Ah, yeah. I was kind of suspecting he was over there. Yeah. Huh. Alright. I think with move, I could almost reach the other side of the river. But it's probably easier if we actually design some sort of boat or cart. I don't think I'm gonna go for a cart. Let's just build like a... Oh, wrong ability. Let's just build like a small, you know, pallet type of thing. Where we can put them on. Like Joel. Like Joel always did with Ellie. And now Link is doing the same with Koroks. There we go. I'm just gonna put him on the wood, and then we can just transport him over. Oh wait, we even have a boat back there. I didn't see that. I don't really have a way to move it though. I just need to be careful to not let Mr. Korok over here drift away. Here you go, buddy. Hopefully you're gonna be safe there. I still need to cross, though. Can I do that quick enough so that I can pick him up again? Hopefully. We put you over there. I am certainly looking forward to using it as a shield, so... Oh, whew. He was pretty far away all of a sudden. For a second there, I was kind of afraid that I wasn't able to catch him again. Alright, little Korok. Ooh. Careful. That looks like a very comfortable way of travel, though, right? I would like to travel like that. Just being picked up by somebody placed on some sort of wooden thing and be flown through the air. Huh? Yeah, there's my friend. Okay, wait a second. I do need to detach you again, though. There we go. Wiggle a bit, and you're free. Boop. There you go. Thanks for bringing my friend. Here's something for you. Bye. Yahaha. I love that they have the extended yahaha whenever you find two of them. I made it thanks to you. They're also really happy, right? Whenever you bring them together. Okay, what are we doing with you now? I don't think I'll be able to use this as an airplane, though. Huh. Anywhere else that I can go? I would get motion sick. Well, okay, I guess you'd have to be transported very, very gently and slowly for it to actually be fun, I guess. Oh, what's up with all this flint here? Did the other Korok use it to make fire or something? Oh, whoops. There's a lot of jellies around. Alright, I think I'm just gonna sort of move back via the castle moat here. Oh. There is a minecart track below the castle. Well, I don't know about that. I think that probably leads further below, right? That actually might lead to the chasm beneath the castle. I don't know if I would engage with that yet. That sounds very, very dangerous, honestly. Take some brown mine first. Okay. Does that help? Castletown Prison. Though I do have to admit, I would have liked to know a little bit more about the prison. I feel like we could have maybe, you know, found some sort of old diary here or something. To tell us a bit more about what the prison was like. I guess it doesn't really make a whole lot of sense that a diary would still be around, considering that the prison pretty much doesn't exist at all anymore, right? How would a diary survive that? But would have been super fun nonetheless. Thankfully, the bridge is still intact. Moat bridge. Anything up here? So just looks super crazy. Yeah, you can even see it better from here. There's definitely some sort of minecart track. And it also seems to be coming from above, right? So maybe that's a way to quickly go below the castle? God, I would like to look at that. But something tells me that that really is for later. Also, it's probably not going to be the only minecart track that we're going to find. Aside from the ones in the tutorial, so... Ooh. Already a bit too close for comfort to the castle here. With the gloom. Now that we've bought, like, one of those Ganon forms, slightly scared that those things are just gonna pop out of the ground at certain points whenever you're close to gloom. Or even if it's just the hands again. Oh, right. Probably makes more sense. I said so earlier, right? Let's do like a double take back to the Lookout Landing once I got the other shrine, because oh wait, wrong menu. Key items. Yeah, I got 7 blessings currently. So I want to have an 8th one, and with 6 hearts, hopefully I'll be a bit more equipped to actually handle more threatening enemies. Which is actually really interesting to me, because in terms of armor value, I want to say with 9, I'm actually not... Like, that doesn't sound too bad, all things considered. But a bunch of stuff has definitely still been one-shotting me, like the taluses. So they seem to be dealing more than 13 damage. Although, then again, considering that the Bokoblin skeleton arms deal 20, maybe even 6 hearts aren't going to help that much. Which, honestly, is a bit crazy to think about. Hey, Mr. Birdie. Boy. You found armor? Where? Down in the... below the castle? At that point? Was there a minecart track there, though? Pretty sure there was just a cave, right? Isn't that actually also where... the Hylian shield was, I want to say? Didn't grab that in my second playthrough, though. Ooh. Oh, wait. Does this not count as a metal shield anymore? Maybe I'm not close enough to the thunderstorm quite yet. God, I would really, really love this place see, you know, totally rebuilt. Imagine walking through a giant town like this. Kind of makes me miss Novigrad from Witcher 3. Probably by far the most impressive part about that game is just the insane level of, like, really accurate recreation of a giant sort of middle-aged city like that. Oof. Holy shit, that was a bit too close. I won't be able to light this. Well, I mean, Shrine's not too far away, so well, it's a bit further than I thought, though. I just need to remind myself to cook some stuff once I'm back in Lookout Landing. Hopefully I won't forget. Which means I'll definitely forget. Also, I'm definitely still wondering if there's some sort of weird ghost creature that you can encounter here in the ruins. Because of what the lady in front of the other shrine said. With there supposedly being something here. Part of me thinks that she just referenced the skeletons in the area that appear at night. But maybe there is more to this place. That is still such a cool detail. The thunderstorm striking the metal sword. Do you think they'll make a third? That's a good question. I don't know, honestly. Would they? I don't think so. At least not reusing the same map again. Unless... Well, it's hard to say without really having played this game that much yet, right? Because I don't really know how this ends. I don't really know how deep they're really going to go with the lore. If they possibly leave some additional threads open. I want to say that they probably want to move on from this world. I mean, if you really think about it, this has been in production, like all of this, right? When you consider when the production for Breath of the Wild started, it's been in production for like 12 years or something at this point. That's a really long time to spend on one particular world or one particular sort of game. So I don't really think that they're gonna make a third one. I also think, well, there was definitely some speculation apparently going on. Okay, there was a lot of speculation going on about a new Switch, but I did hear talk about Nintendo possibly wanting, or that they wanted to do an actual upgraded Switch model, but sort of had to settle for the OLED Switch because they wouldn't really have been capable to, you know, actually produce better hardware for sort of the price and, well, the overall like thing they wanted to go for. So that's why they opted to just upgrade the screen instead of also upgrading the hardware. And I think, well, this definitely already pushes the limits on it, and I don't know how much people would like having another one in the same vein. Obviously, they could do one for the follow-up console for the Switch, but I feel like if that was the case, they themselves would probably also just like to do something else, right? That actually took... Because typically, they're also definitely always trying to incorporate possible new features of the hardware into their design, where the... Well, I mean, Skyward Sword was using, obviously, the motion controls, but at least the HD remakes of Wind Waker and Twilight Princess were definitely heavily wanting to use the gamepad, and Breath of the Wild was kind of designed with the Wii U gamepad in mind too, even though it ended up not really using it. So... just makes me think that they're probably going to go for... Oh no, are they fighting somebody? Yeah, they are. I think they're holding their own, though. I think that's a Gerudo, right? Yeah. Ah, she can handle that. Just makes me think that whatever they're going to go for next is probably just going to be entirely different and based on whatever other console they're going to come up with. Also, I think it would be pretty smart to possibly plan on the next Zelda being at least close to a launch title for a new console, right? Because, I mean, eventually they're going to have to release a new one. And if it takes them another, let's say, 3 years to come up with the next Zelda game... Combat training throwing? What does that mean? Are we gonna get another advanced tutorial? This shrine purifies the ancient evil. You have entered here. Heed my instruction. Aim true and throw the material. Okay. Your other attacks are ineffective here. Ready yourself. Throw. Hold select material. Hold to get ready. Okay. Well, that's definitely something that I haven't really done so far. So can you actually properly throw it? Oh, okay. Oh! So you have to hold R1 first. That's really cool. Well done. Watch the enemy's movements carefully, then throw the material at them. I love the music. Okay, so I'm just supposed to hit, right? Pretty sure. Very good. Easy enough. You've proven your mastery, and now proceed to the innermost chamber. Okay, so that's pretty cool. So you can throw materials even if you don't have arrows, I guess. I want to say attaching them to arrows probably still is the far better choice overall, most of the time. Although, that being said, I mean... maybe there are materials that just make more sense if you throw them? I have to say, I find it a bit odd. So, let's see. When you're running around normally, right, you can just scroll through your materials and you can drop them. But if I hold R1 now, it doesn't actually throw the material. You have to hold R1 first and then select the material, and it will put it into your hand. Fair enough. I mean, it works once you know it. I wish it would work both ways, though. I feel like there isn't really any reason as to why you wouldn't be able to just directly throw from here without having to press R1 first. It's really just a minor detail, and I'm pretty sure I'll get used to it, but it's an interesting one. That being said, I feel like as long as you have arrows, you probably want to go for the arrow first most of the time. I don't think there's really a big reason for throwing stuff. I don't think. Because I was thinking with the situation earlier with the explodey barrels next to the Talos, those don't count as menu items. So you can throw them, but not exactly far. I wonder if there's going to be... I mean, it's just easier for bright bloom seeds, for example, to be thrown rather than using an arrow for them, I want to say. But I do think that for the most part, you probably want to use arrows instead of throwing stuff. I don't know. Maybe we'll find some other materials later on, though, that are actually worth throwing. What is really awesome, though, is that means that you can probably throw these bomb flowers just how you always threw bomb flowers in the previous Zeldas, which I think is really cool, honestly. Yeah, it feels like it's a bit of a backup feature in case you don't have arrows or you're missing bows. Yeah. Because it very much seems to be more or less the same thing, just with less range. It's pretty cool nonetheless, though. Very, very cool. And now I can finally go back to... So I need to remind myself. I need to cook some stuff, and I need to go to the statue to upgrade my stuff as well. I do wish, however, that the stable in Lookout Landing was already built. I don't think it will be, but it would be awesome if that was the case. Because then we could take the horseback to the other stable. I can't believe I've only done 12 shrines now. 30 Korok seeds. After all this time, it still feels like I've barely scratched the surface of this game. Alright, let's see. Well, wait, did I just walk past that earlier? I guess so. Didn't actually see that monster camp over there. What I did see, and almost forgot, is the Korok up here. Oh. Oh, that's really far away, though. Oh, boy. And that's a stone talus that's actually moving. Okay, so those things seem to be fairly common. Man, that is really far away, though. Where did that land? Probably here somewhere. Definitely beyond the river. I wish it would be the other way. That's exactly opposite of where I wanted to go. Oh, wait, that winged thing is flying around with the chest. The hell? There's so many cool little details here. Wait. Oh, he's down there. Oh no. Does it have to be raining now? Wait, is it raining? I guess not. Was that just really harsh winds? Okay, there we go. Yeah. Okay, that's a big skull fort. I guess a bunch of stuff during the upheaval must have also just fallen. Because this wasn't... This didn't look like this earlier. Or previously, rather. I mean, I guess the castle literally being lifted into the sky would probably mean that, you know, stuff was, other stuff was falling. That's another Korok that we can help. Come on, guys. I really want to help you, but I also want to do some other stuff. Oh, is the Gerudo lady is still fighting. What do I want to do? Damn it. I need to help the Korok. Rain. Yeah, well, thankfully, the rain isn't actually as problematic anymore as it was in Breath of the Wild, because now you actually can make elixirs that allow you to stick to surfaces better while it's raining. Where's your friend? Yeah. Alright, he's not too far away. That's fair. I can help you. I think I just... Oh! Well... That's a rocket. Okay, that seems a bit dangerous. I think it might be better if I just used... Let's see. Oh, is this the wrong way around? Yeah, it is. Yeah. Oh. Somehow I sometimes just forget to attach things. There we go. Come, buddy. Just need to put you down in the middle. There we go. Let's see if this thing still flies, though. Kinda need to... Oh. Watch out. Well... Almost. Honestly, making these things fly is pretty difficult if you don't have like a cool starting ramp like you have in the on the Great Sky Isle. Tried Elixir, but still sliding a lot? Okay. Thought it would just stick you to surfaces, honestly. At least the description made it sound like that. I haven't actually tried it myself, though. You still only have 4 spots and use bows all the time? Yeah, that's the thing. At least, you know, in the previous game, I always had bows available. I don't know what it is. You just get so many of them. I want to say that it's kind of unlikely to really run out of them at any point. So I don't know how beneficial it really is to be able to throw items, but... I wish we had like a better incline where this thing would actually start flying. I wonder if you can build like a custom start ramp for these. So what if I were to take, let's see. Let's just take a board. Because I mean, in theory, the starting ramp up on the Sky Isle was also just sort of a slide, right? Ooh, wrong thing. I might be a bit too close together. That might be a bit farther. Okay, let's just try placing it a little bit like that. And then just put this on top. I mean, it fits. Does it need to be longer? Maybe it's still technically on the ground somewhere in the end, and so it's not really, you know, it still has too much, I don't know, ground that it's actually attached to. Let's see, can I... Let's do it the other way around. There we go. The problem is that the wooden blocks that I put down, they're kind of just lying on the surface, so it's... That won't work. Yeah. It's all a little bit too makeshift, honestly. I guess I could attach wheels to it, but then the whole structure would just slide down the mountain, right? It's raining though. Would that mean that the whole thing is like sliding? It should be sliding anyways. I guess the friction between the airplane thing and the wood is still too high though. Yeah. It's just got too much friction. try putting it a big... Poor Korok. Maybe I should have put him onto the whole contraption once I was finished building it. Instead of at the start. Okay, let's see. Can I... I guess they give you a rocket for a reason, right? Let's see. So it needs to go that way, right? Yeah, that doesn't exactly look safe. Oh, whoa! Ah! Okay, that was a bit too fast. Sorry, buddy. I think I needed to build my starting ramp the other way around. Well, it worked. Thanks for traveling with this Zonai Airways, I guess. Yeah. You might have to calm your friend down a little bit after that ride, to be honest. Okay, noted. Those rockets provide a lot of thrust. I guess I would have had to build my starting ramp, you know, upwards instead of downwards. I think that would have helped us getting over here, but at least it worked. Ooh, hey! Those magician guys are still around. And I see another Bloopy up there. Oh boy. Nope, nope, nope. I helped you. Time to move on. I guess we're not getting that rocket back though, huh? Did I accidentally hit it too hard and it flew off? Or do they eventually just fly away on their own? Can I use you as a boat though? Is that a thing? Yeah. Neat. That works. I do wish I had another one of those rockets. So, yeah, my starting ramp should have had, you know, should have been the other way around. I was trying to build it after the start ramps that we saw on the Great Sky Isle, but... well, those were also apparently not built for rockets, so... Ooh. Another big dude. No, let's leave those for later. Let's actually help the Gerudo over there fight that small little bokoblin. Seriously, how long have these two been fighting? Come on, you can do it! You can do it! One more hit! And in the blue corner. Oh! No, I was the judge. Stop attacking the judge. That's not, you know... wrong sport. Hi. Even if it looks weak, a monster's still a monster. You've always got to stay on your guard. Look at you swooping to save me in the nick of time all over again. Again? Here, take this as thanks for helping me. I'm sure you'll like it. Ooh. Cool. Hasty summered fruit. The name's Kalisa. I'm a legendary treasure hunter of the Gerudo. Nice to meet you. Have you heard about the strange phenomena going on all over the regions of Hyrule? I have. Islands floating in the sky and caves opening up everywhere. The dream come true for a treasure hunter. It really is, I do have to agree. Lately I've been really interested in the rubble and stones falling from the sky. I've even been dreaming about them. My latest dream? This big stone came tumbling out of the sky and hit the ground and then suddenly started to float back upward. What? I grabbed onto it, and before I knew it, I had arrived at an island in the sky full of treasure. Can you imagine? Anyway, that was basically the whole dream. Too good to be true, of course. Why would I dream about a falling stone flying back up into the sky? Dreams are so strange. I better get going, but I hope we meet again. Savok? Why are there Zonai constructs over there? Did they also fall from the sky? Well, might as well check it out. Wait, stone flying back up? As in being recalled? Huh. Oh. That was easy. Why are you guys here? Oh. I guess this is like a larger structure that fell out of the sky? Bit too slow on that. I always underestimate just how quickly they can, you know, how quickly they can actually attack. There we go. Ding, ding, ding. Yeah, so this must have been just sort of a huge piece of sky island that fell down and just buried itself into the ground. Beam emitter club. That's a horse. Beam? As in laser beam? Beam emitter club. Can I drop something? I'm still not entirely sure what I want to do with these Zonai swords. They kind of seem not that great, all things considered. Well, technically I could also drop this, right? Wait, if I equip it, it still says weaker though. Well, I mean, I can pick it up again if it's not that great. Oh. Alright, so why is it a horse head though? Huh. What the hell? That... so it's like a laser pointer of sorts? And that can damage your opponents? But, okay. It's not exactly strong though. I'm gonna pick up the other thing again. Oh, yeah. Might as well drop this if it's already broken. Pick this up. Well, I'm sure I'm gonna get that eventually as, you know, a proper Zonai, like, capsule device that I can use. So, I think I'm gonna wait for that. Oh, wait. One of them is here. Ooh, do I still have something to... Yeah, let's actually fuse it with the Zonai sword. This way I might be able to use it properly. There we go. Yeah, it really also seems to be purpose-built to attach to these things, right? If you look at the back. It's sort of interfacing with its, I guess, power... like power socket? Why such a large horse head though? It's such a weird design for a weapon. I mean, maybe it's not meant to be a weapon, but still. Also, what is this doing here? Oh, wait, what? Oh, I guess all the sky rubble must have fallen directly onto the construction materials. Well, that's a shame. God, I love these open plains. Oh! Hey, and our sign buddy is here. Mr. Goron, can you please help us hold up the sign? What are you doing here? Swing on by Goron City. Hey, guess what? Eldon up to the northeast is really cooled off. A climate there should be much more doable for a highland such as yourself. Oh, wait, that has cooled off too? Like the Hebra Mountains, or rather Rito Village? Well, the Gorons aren't gonna like that, huh? So, does that mean that Death Mountain essentially got deactivated? Like, it's not a volcano anymore? It's not spitting lava, but instead gloom? I know, because I'm from Goron City, which is out there. The economy there has been doing better lately, too, with gems cheaper than ever. It's a great time to visit. Wait, aren't you making less money then, though? Huh. I like his grin. Cheaper than ever. Didn't we talk about that yesterday with Beetle not really giving you that much money anymore for the gems? I guess that explains it then. Because they're just kind of not that much worth, or don't have that much worth anymore anyways. What happened to your sign? I mean, it's one thing not being able to build a, solid foundation, but now you're even messing up the signs itself. Well, same thing as always. Let's build ourselves a nice little sturdy construction for a sign. Let's see. I do wish we would sometimes get, like, different shaped beams, though. We seem to be a little bit limited in that regard. Alright, let's just, I guess, take a foundation. Let's put one beam on the back for support. There. Let's put one beam in the front to hold up the sign. There. And then I guess we can put one more as actual support for the sign, right? Sort of here. Well, not like that. Come on. Just hot. Can you not? I guess it only has these 2 points when you put it like that? That's strange. Ah, I guess we're using it this way then. It works either way. I think. I hope. No, it's actually too high up. Oh, well. And let me remove this and put it here. Right. Come on. There we go. That should hold it, right? Try letting go. See? Perfect. How's the president? You still don't understand how this whole thing works with holding signs up? I really think we need to have a stern talking to Mr. Hudson eventually if we do meet him. He needs to teach this guy how to build signs that stand on their own and don't need, like... Okay, what are we getting? Ah, some more veggie rice balls. Why exactly do you have a premium collection of mushrooms, buddy? Alright, sign is standing. Perfect. I do wish he would have fixed the sign itself, though. I mean, honestly, right? If you came up to this sign and you saw an advertisement for a construction company, you know, would that convince you to task said construction company with building anything of importance? I don't think so. Yeah, I really feel like we need to talk to Mr. Hudson about their marketing campaign here, because honestly, kind of lacking. Ooh. Picture. Don't fly away. Really? You had to turn the other way. Oh, of course. I guess I'll take that. At least it has a nice background. Ooh. What? So this weird laser charged weapon that we have now makes me wonder if, since it's based on my battery cell, if it potentially doesn't get destroyed? I don't really think so. Maybe it's just lasting longer because it's instead using battery as well? Although it's probably more that you'll eventually be able to just build fairly strong weapons with the Zonai stuff. And that's why they have like those battery charges. I don't think it's necessarily for durability reasons. Alrighty, guys. How am I gonna handle you? Their line of sight seems to be worse at night, though. Definitely. Makes me wish I had a couple more bomb arrows. Oh, you know what would also be great? If I had like a mist or some sort of, well, like a mushroom, like the smoke bomb, but instead of it just being a smoke bomb, it would be awesome if it could be used as a, like something that just spreads flammable substance, like, you know, sprayed oil or something. I think it might be time to test out the honeycomb. Yes, it does still release bees. Why are you panicking? It's just a bunch of bees. Okay, didn't really exactly do as much as I would have hoped it would do, but at least it worked. Okay, you are gonna be frozen and die. Oh. Sometimes they do a second hit. It's not always that easy to know when they do that. Wait, how many shields am I carrying around? Ooh, might be worth dropping this one, actually. Oh, no, this only has... Ah, never mind. Put that back. Yeah, that's awesome with the bees. At least you can make them scatter, right? So if you're facing a large group of enemies, I think it will be really beneficial because you can just... Oh no, my axe broke already. Because you can just make them run away and like pick them out individually. Probably, hopefully. Are you kidding me? Of course, that always comes up when you're right next to a freaking monster camp. Let's see. I don't want the rock hammer though. Let's pick up the spear. And possibly just attach the... Ah! There we go. I love this moon texture, by the way. Looks better than the texture in Bloodborne, honestly.
The aimless spirits of slain monsters return to flesh. The world is threatened once again.
Also, that does remind me that I still want to check on that monster camp that we did with the monster whatever squad they were called. Hey, buddies. Do you remember me? Is that a thing? Is that how it works? I also almost wish, considering how many Bokoblin horns you get, it would be cool if you could select like a default fusion material, right? So that you're not accidentally shooting like normal arrows, but instead it would always, for example, default to a Bokoblin horn so that you at least get a stronger arrow. Because you get so many of them that it's really not, like, it's hard to waste them, I guess. Would be a nice little change, but then again, it's also only a small detail, I think. Alright. Finally back to town. Like it's been enough time between me veering off course completely. Wait, doesn't that have a side entrance? Oh, it's that road. Of course, I picked the wrong one. One thing I do wish you would see is these normal soldiers that are protecting the gates. I think it would be cool if you had sometimes saw them like surveying the surrounding areas and getting rid of monsters that are really, really close. That would be neat. And or that we would be able to completely get rid of those towers permanently. I still think there should be... Oh! Hey, buddy! What you doing here? I still think there should be some sort of permanent option for you to get rid of monster camps. I mean, maybe there is. Who knows? Hey, buddy. Shaka. Is this where you wanted to go? It's you! We meet again. It's been a while, huh? Well, yeah. Well, a little bit. So this place was built recently, huh? It's got a good vibe. And I figure it's safe since there are lots of people here. There's so many monsters all over these days. I'm gonna stay here and relax for a while. You do that. Oh, hang on a minute. Do you have a Korok seed? Multiple? You do! You got a Korok seed from one of the forest children. Alright, Shalaka! Right, I did what? Weapon stash and bow stash first, right? So get one shield stash. Ooh, chaka chaka cha! Really good animation. Alright. One more shield. I think... Do I get one more... No, let's see. Let's go for a bunch of weapon stuff first. I can already see myself just running around with way too much weapons and things that I'm never going to use in the first place and just want to carry around simply for carrying it around. I mean, look at that stuff. I'm already carrying around so many fused weapons that I haven't even gotten the chance to use. Expand the band weapon stash, Shakala. Yeah, more weapon stash, please. The one thing I would wish for, though, is that the more cork seeds are in his maracas, the crazier his dances would get. That would have been fun. But then again, well, considering how many cork seeds there are, maybe it would be a bit too crazy in the end. The backup dancers definitely add a lot. Maybe once he gets to the Lost Woods, the backup dancers will be expanded. I don't know. Ooh, chaka chaka cha! Okay, let's see. Definitely one more. Okay, we're already on 8, so I think we're kind of fine on the weapon stash for now. Very cool. Yeah. Definitely looks like a decent-sized inventory for weapons at this point. At least that way I can hopefully pick up like a torch from time to time without having to constantly drop valuable weapons. Alright, let's definitely get one more shield. There you go. Oh, wait! At least the color of his maracas changes depending on the slot you're expanding, right? So it's blue for shields, it's red for weapons. I have to do the bow one again. Just to see the color. Bow. Yeah, here we go. Green, okay. So red for weapons, blue for shields, green for bows. Okay, so he cannot be seen by other people. Can he be heard by other people? I guess not. Imagine sort of Link just standing there, right? Sort of other people just walking by. Huh, what is he doing? And then you just see him throwing, like, poop into something invisible, and then suddenly music starts playing. Alright, definitely one more shield stash. Oh, cha-cha-cha-cha. I'm inclined to maybe go with one more shield slot because, honestly, the shields seem like a super neat way of using Zonai devices, like the flamethrowers, more easily. Because when you put them on weapons, they sometimes feel a bit awkward to use. I guess the horse head with the laser works, but for example, with the flamethrower, it's definitely better to put it on a shield, I want to say. But it also, at least so far, the shields that I put it on, they lost durability really quickly. So more shield slots might actually be a pretty good idea. So let's do one more shield. Also, I think... Oh no, it was 4. Well, never mind. I would have only been able to do 1 anyways. Cha-cha! Da-da-da-da-da! Shakala, come back again. You gonna stay here, buddy? Alright. Well, that was a much-needed inventory expansion. What about you? Finally done with your stable?
Oh. Oh.
I wonder what I need to do or what kind of progress point I need to hit for this stable to be built. Because it feels like something that would be built... He is saying that it takes him a while to do so. But I mean, in theory, it would, for the player, be very beneficial to have it as soon as possible, right? So I'm imagining it'll not take too long? Maybe there's... Well, I was speculating that it happens after the first one of those strange occurrences or phenomena, whatever they've been calling them. Wait, where the hell is the... Is the goddess statue down below? Might be, huh? Oh yeah, that reminds me that I wanted to cook as well. Ah yeah, there it is, okay. More hearts, finally! Please, Goddess Hylia, accept my blessing of light. Yeah, gonna go for heart container. I mainly want to see if it turns out... Sorry. If it turns out that with my current armor value, 6 hearts means that I'm not going to be one-shot that much anymore from stuff, then I think I'm going to go with the stamina expansion next. But if I'm still going to be one-shot, I think I'll keep expanding my heart containers. Also, in theory, if I do want to fly, for example, to places that are further away, you can also just, you know, you can just use stamina elixirs and stuff to expand your range. Let's sleep until the morning. I don't think that this gives you an additional heart, right? There we go. No, it does not. 5 in the morning? What the hell, Link? If I select morning, I'm expecting to wake up at like 8.
Ah. Oh. Ah.
Just a quick glance around if anybody has anything new to say. How odd. This place was the royal family's shelter, so they probably have a hidden pathway, even so. Ooh. Huh. So he's looking for a connection from the shelter to the castle, I presume? Feel like you're onto something, buddy. I hadn't really considered that before, but that's kind of true, isn't it? If this truly is a shelter for the royal family, it feels like they should have some sort of tunnel leading to the castle. Okay, last time I was here, I tried throwing a, I don't know, I think it was a mushroom at her feet. What if I... did this? Oh boy, I think I scared them. Well, that looks pretty awesome, though. Yeah, sorry about that. It was just a mushroom. Okay, just calm down. Didn't want to scare you. I just... Why? Why does the spot specifically get so dusty? I'm fed up with all the dust. It's definitely not me throwing mushrooms all over the place. Don't get any ideas. Anyhow, help yourself to any... Yeah, okay. I feel like, are those two things connected? Is the spot getting dusty because it is an actual pathway to somewhere and sort of dust keeps falling through the cracks? So he's just kind of looking in the wrong direction? Makes me wonder if, maybe if you get to the castle, we could find sort of the other side of this possibly hidden path and open it up. It does look to be a pretty solid wall, though, doesn't it? I don't know. Huh. And it does look similar to the other walls too. Finally beat the boss, nice. Wait, that did take some time though, right? Man, already looking forward to doing that. I really, really love the way the game has been providing a challenge so far. I think, at least for now, they definitely did a really good job on balancing. Alright, let's see. I got a bunch of stuff to cook. So I still have something against colds. So it might be worth it to have something against heat. I have some additional hearts. Oh boy, I should have used this against Phantom Ganon, huh? Completely overlooked this. But I want to say that I'm definitely lacking a bunch of just normal healing items. So I think I kind of want to go for that for now. Let's see. Ooh. These things might be worth cooking too, though. Yeah, attack and defense up stuff could also be very useful. Let's see. Let's do what we got. Let's just throw together... Let's do one. Do I have something else before? Number of heart. 1/4. Is there any? Can I cook these? It has some medicinal value. It doesn't really mention what though. Ooh boy, I really got a lot of stuff to cook, huh? Stamella shroom. Let's do. What can I do? Let's just add an acorn and like 2 Hylian shrooms, huh? Defense up 2 minutes 40. Yeah, that sounds good, honestly, for a fight. 2 pumpkins, salts, and 2 mushrooms. I love it so much that Link is humming Zelda melodies. Okay, cool. Then... I guess I'm gonna go for a bunch of basic stuff first. Let's hold one piece of meat. Just add mushrooms and salt. I need to be careful to actually recover all of my hearts now that I have 6. Because this is 4. So let's do 3 and some salt. That is such a clever way to reintroduce you to all of those Zelda melodies, right? Just hum them during cooking. Right. Release its stamina restoration properties. Let's do 3 of these with an acorn. Stamina is definitely important as well. I do have to say, I know that we have a cookbook now, but if you're already sort of on the ingredients that you want to mix, it's almost just easier to do it this way. So, you can eat it raw for a minor effect. It can also be added as a spice to other recipes. Okay. What was this again? Use it in cooking to get a gloom-resistant effect. I only have three of these. I don't really want to mess it up. I wonder if you're just supposed to throw in monster parts with this as well? Because with all the other things, it usually mentions, you know, combine these with monster parts. Let me see. Defense. Yeah, these always mention cook it with monster parts. Should I try cooking this on its own then? Use it in cooking to get a gloom-resistant effect. Or can it just be added onto anything? Because since you can only ever get one effect per meal or food item. So this wouldn't be able to be combined with any critters because they all have their own effects, right? I really don't... I don't want to mess it up. I guess there's no other way of doing it though. Let's see, where are monster parts? Let's just add a... What do we have a lot of? Just add a Bokoblin Fang, let's see. I knew it. Dubious food. Oh boy. Eating it won't hurt you though. Okay, well, let's just try on its own then. I mean, I have to find out somehow, right? That doesn't work either? Really? Wait, let me do it. Wasn't this guy mumbling about that in his sleep? Not going to chasms, making everyone sick. Glad I ate that yellow plant stuff from the Gloom Specialist. Maybe I should be asking Yasha about this before I cook the last thing. Use it in cooking to get a gloom-resistant effect. I mean, well, I tried it on its own. I tried it with monster parts. So technically, the only thing that's left, I guess, is to mix it with normal food. Yeah, right? Yeah. Yeah, let's talk to Yasha first. Maybe she does actually tell us something about it if I have it. We'll kind of suck to cook it now and possibly miss her talking about it or something. God, I have so much stuff. That's crazy. Oh yeah, I got the hardy truffles too. Those are full heal every time. So let's just mix them with some spice and cook them. Cool. I also love this ridiculous shield. Huge stone heart on your back. That must look so crazy for other people. I do wonder, the game still definitely has to have a maximum amount of food that you can carry around with you, right? But I definitely still want to get more normal stuff. Ah, man. God, I want to know the combination of items for cake. Because we would be missing, I'm pretty sure we're missing wheat. Right? Because eggs, butter, and milk don't exactly equal a cake. Cook it into a dish to give a glowing effect to anyone who eats it. I actually haven't tested this one yet. I guess I can just add 3 meat and some seasoning. Bam! Ooh. Okay, that's a big effect. Glow for 7 minutes and 20, whatever that means. Grants a low-level glow effect, illuminating your immediate surroundings. A filling dish made by grilling various mountain ingredients with meat. Okay, so that means you're essentially a a, 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 running or moving light bloom. I mean, doesn't exactly sound bad if you're planning on going into caves and such, but you're also making yourself a visible target for anybody, right? Because unless they think you're a ghost or something. Let's see. Let's do another one of these. Oh, I forgot that we have this recipe now. That's really cool. So when people give you stuff, like the meaty rice balls we've gotten from the guy that constantly tries to hold up his sign, you actually do get the recipe automatically as well. So I haven't met anyone selling wheat, so I don't know where to get this from currently. But if I knew, I could make them myself. That's pretty awesome. So someone make pizza and cheesy bread? I think, I want to say pizza might have already been in Breath of the Wild as well. Though don't quote me on that. There were definitely some really, really cool dishes there as well. But I'm sure this time around they went totally crazy. Right. Let's see. 1, 2. Well, technically we have 4 full heals now, right? 1, 3, 4, 5, 6. Honestly, still worth it to cook more basic, because if I run into, the thing is, I currently have a lot of food that provides different buffs and debuffs, but if I run into another enemy that's like Phantom Ganon, I just need healing. Palm fruits. Let's just throw, might as well do 3 of these with a little bit of seasoning, huh? Probably just in. Yeah, to be fair, I also didn't really bother that much with it. At least not to the point where I really tried to think, because the thing is also the more like luxurious or crazy items that you can cook, I felt like required a lot of effort for essentially no benefit whatsoever, right? Because if you throw like a hearty truffle together, or even a hearty truffle on its own, or a radish, it will always give you a full heal plus additional hearts, right? Which kind of makes it pointless to cook anything else that just is a basic health recovery, sadly. And I think, for example, cakes I know about because I think in Rito Village they told you about a cake recipe, and they actually sell those ingredients in the shop too. But those ingredients that you need for that are typically quite expensive, at least in comparison. And again, I guess you need to have sort of an idea of how to cook that stuff. So you can cook a cake, for example, but it doesn't do much besides looking cool. So, yeah. I don't know. I wish they would have they would have given those, I guess, you know, sort of more special recipes like pizza and cake and whatnot. I wish they would have given those a bit more of a, well, some sort of funny special effect maybe. Okay, so the glowing cavefish can also make you glow. Let's see. Oh, yeah, it might actually be worth it. Let's see. I want to try that myself. Let's throw together a couple of those lizards and just add a couple of bokoblin fangs. Sticky elixir, 9 minutes 30. Okay, grants a low-level slip resistance to keep you from slipping on wet surfaces. It's highly absorptive? Is that a word? Ingredients make it a must-have for sudden rainfalls. Okay, so that's really cool. Let's see. It does say low level, though. So I guess you're still gonna slip, just not as much. And you can probably increase its level if you put more sticky lizards in, right? So let's do 1, so that I can create 3. Just throw in a bunch of these. The bokoblin fangs are a bit too much. It really doesn't need to be 9 minutes, but might as well. Okay. Right. Can I... They're inedible. Anything else? Increase movement speed. Let's just do like 3 or 4 more basic health recovery things, and then I think I'm done for now. Steamed fruit. Ooh, that's almost a bit too good. I guess 2 apples are enough. I love that the recipe book also records how many hearts will be replenished, right, when you cook stuff. Because that's really, really good to know. In case you want to go for a specific value because of your current heart count or something. Like, you can see if it's not enough, I guess. Yeah, that's pretty awesome. Although, well, it's probably going to come in more handy at the start of the game. Once you get more hearts, it's not going to be that important anymore, but okay, that's a lot of hearts. I think the cook sitting next to me seems to be a bit jealous of the sheer amount of stuff that I've been cooking. I don't know, his look isn't exactly one of happiness. What's up, buddy? Got to hear me out. Oh, Bermano, the guy in charge of cooking, went to Hyrule Castle and never came back. Wait, Bermano? Wasn't that the guy stationed next to where the shrine is now? The one we first met, or was it somebody else? Thanks to him, I'm stuck here on fire duty, maybe forever. Hyrule Castle. Oh, when I say Hyrule Castle, I don't mean somewhere dangerous, like the chasm near there or anything. He went to Hyrule Castle's dining hall? Some folks investigating the chasm told him about some super special recipe in the dining hall, so he left, just like that. Well, he wouldn't do anything risky, so I'm not too worried about him. Still, he's sure taking his time coming back, so I guess I'm a little worried. How is that not a quest? What the hell? Why is that not recorded as a quest? There are so many sort of side quests or side things that I would think are a quest, and then they just... They sort of just point you in a direction and say, hey, here you go. Do something. Any news, though? Thank you for your hard work. Oh, right. I think I have talked to him again after dealing with the one monster camp the team attacked. Link, you've got great timing. Folks working for the monster control crew have been reporting frequent appearances of some very large monsters. Our non-combatant squad members are ill-equipped to take on such foes. Really, it's out of the question. Instead, they're helping by gathering intel and warning residents in the areas where the beasts have been spotted. With such ominous beasts as these, I can think of nobody better qualified than you to face them in battle. That said, I'm sure you've got your hands full with other tasks. Yeah, you know, I mean, I had to cook a lot. I have to find some weird forest spirits. Some blue peas, and I had to build boats, you know, attach a rocket to like a winged thing. So I'm pretty preoccupied already. Perhaps it's best for you to continue on without adding to your burdens. No, tell me about them. What? I wasn't being serious. Tell me about the big monsters. Squads are moving out the monsters actively now. I've got current info on their whereabouts if you're curious. How about big monsters? I foretell about a number of large monsters. Stone Talus! Oh, does he just give you tips on how to deal with them? Our comrades out on a survey in Akala reported an attack by a Talus. A Talus looks like a giant mobile pile of angry rocks. Hard to miss. Yeah, we've already seen a bunch of them. With our current weapons, we wouldn't be able to put a scratch on that thing. Wanted Stone Talus. Okay, so these are side quests, though. Would you like to ask about other large monsters? I foretell about... I guess he's only giving us, like, specific ones, though? Recently, there were some travelers passing by Trilby Plain near Woodland Stable and Northeast Hyrule Field. Their intel confirmed the sighting of a Hinox in the area. Is that the one we already dealt with? The one thing that I find really, really weird about these monster quests is that aren't they all going to come back with the Blood Moon? Hinox are huge one-eyed beasts. They are incredibly strong. So strong, in fact, that they wield trees as weapons. We'd go after it, but with that kind of strength, we'd be in over our heads. It's a real situation. Okay. Molduga. I have a report saying that a Molduga was discovered in the East Barrens in the Gerudo Desert. The report came from the ground research team, and they've asked us to exterminate it. A Molduga is a terrifying beast that swims through the sand like a fish. We'd go after it, but we don't have the means to tackle a monster that burrows in the sand like that. Alright, well that's gonna take me some time to get there, though. Okay. Hoz's Squad, Torrent Squad, and Flax's Squad of the Monster Control Crew are taking down monsters all across Hyrule. Hoz's Squad found victory at Hyrule Field, so that was when we helped them out, and moved on to hunt monsters in Necluda. They plan to launch an attack on the monsters maintaining a barrier at Fort Hateno, due east of Dueling Peaks Stable. If you see them there, do me a favor and help them out, please. Okay, this apparently does not count as a side quest. Yeah, we already asked about the other two. Alright, so, I mean, those are side quests too, but they are, they're activated by talking to the monster squads near where they currently are at. Okay. Wanted Stone Talus? Oh, that's a long way away. Why that one specifically? Told you the team discovered a Stone Talus. Huge boulder-like monster was spotted north of Color Foothill. Okay. That's not the Hinox that I dealt with on the bridge, though. Huh. I wonder if these are quests that will come back over and over again. Maybe you can just do them for specific rewards, although that would kind of suck in a way. I don't know. Right. Got our hard upgrade and talked to a bunch of people. Got a couple quests. Sounds good. Hey, weird-looking head. Swordsman, are you okay over there? You looked like you were somewhere else just now. Yeah, I was trying to talk to your talking head thing. Oh, I bet you're interested in that strange stone, huh? We discovered it in the depths. Wait. I just realized, I think I completely forgot to talk to the stone last time I was here. I even picked up the funny little ghosts down in the depths, and then completely forgot to talk to the face again. It looks both naturally formed and as though it's been carved into. We don't know much about it, as you can probably tell. There's still so much to learn. So once I'm done with my current investigation, I plan to start digging into it more. Ooh. We have to wait until you're done with your chasm expedition to do this? Oh, holy shit, okay. There's a bunch of stuff that relies on her expedition, huh? Now that I know fragments like this one can help us see the depths in a new way, I'll be searching my collection for more. Alright. I am still carrying around that stuff, right? Yeah, 22 pose. I like how this just said, offer these to bargainer statues for a variety of rewards, as if that was just a thing, right? That's completely logical to do. And then you find this weird, I don't know, garden gnome looking thing. Well, ginormous garden gnome looking headpiece that's both just a weird sandhill and at the same time a carved statue, seemingly, that can talk. Well. Hey, what's up, Gura? Anything going on? Hey, Linky. Okay.
Check it.
Check it. Nothing new, though. Okay, I hate getting distracted again, but now that the guy mentioned something about the cook being in the castle, I want to look for him. I mean, I don't remember where the dining hall was. I want to say it was somewhere in the lower parts. Because there was that entrance with the soldier station next to it that wouldn't let us in. But I think he was standing in front of the place where the soldier barracks are, right? It's not exactly the kitchen. Or was the kitchen somewhere close to that? I don't remember. I do remember there was like a giant hall back here somewhere that I actually did not check on when I went to the castle previously. Well, I mean, he couldn't have gone to the floating bit of the castle, right? I don't think that makes much sense. Let's check on that area, or on that gate that the soldier was previously stationed in front of. Let's just get shot up and then I can fly down to him. I think that's quicker than running over. That being said, I just realized I didn't even make that connection, but I could definitely just glide over onto the upper portion of the castle, right? Pretty sure that's not exactly a clever idea. Although I'm very intrigued nonetheless. I get the distinct feeling that we would take gloom damage though. Oh god, this actually requires more stamina than I thought. Yeah, to cover the distance you need quite a bit of stamina. I mean, I could, like, do a very brief landing up on the castle, right? Maybe? Question mark? I mean, guardians aren't really a thing anymore, right? So... kind of wondering what would be up here. Though it does look like we would be pretty much just able to walk into it, right? Not gonna lie, I'm a little bit scared. Hyrule Castle 1F. I mean, the music sounds ominous. I don't see much. The weird part is, technically this time the Demon King is below it, right? And not up here? Oh, there's... oh, okay, that's a, like a gloomed, corrupted version of one of those weird worm things that we've seen in the caves. I mean, yeah, there are like gloom corrupted monsters here. There is also a bokoblin over there. Weirdly enough, a normal one. Let's do a quick save. I'm too intrigued right now to leap right away. Wait, did I actually save? No, of course not. Why does it say first floor? It's not the first floor. Where is it? I wonder if there's some sort of Lionel beast over there. Actually, let me double check something. Oh. Huh. It does have an extra map though. First floor, B1, B2, B3. I guess it just counts as sort of the base floor, and then you get lower floors as well. Yeah, isn't that the dining hall? That's the part I remember from the previous map. Some sort of big hall. It might be something else. And it looks like the part with the princess's study still exists as well. Which actually makes me wonder. I mean, clearly the castle has not been rebuilt or changed in any sort of way, but I mean, there definitely was some time between the two games, and the castle just recently got lifted up. So I'd imagine that a bunch of research had definitely been going on into this place. I mean, yeah, there is some gloom around here, but it's not exactly... I don't know. It doesn't look as dangerous as it was before. Probably walking right into my doom here, right? Oh yeah, I wanted to check on something else though. So the main quest. Regional phenomena. Crisis at Hyrule Castle. Wait a second. Where Princess Zelda is, remains mystery. Pura said you might be looking into the map phenomena. Just mark them on your map. Hyrule Castle remains strangely in the sky, though you saw someone who looked like the princess leave it vanishing into light. And then we have the Dragon's Tears and find Princess Zelda. See, the thing this time is that one point they kind of were pretty big on before Breath of the Wild released, right? And one thing they kind of even... Well, I don't entirely remember if they specifically mentioned it before the game released, but it definitely was... I mean, that was sort of part of the narrative of, hey, by the way, you can do anything you want in the previous game, right? And that includes just straight up going to the last boss and dealing with it. But then the game also specifically said so, right? Yeah, you got the quest with the Divine Beasts, but you always had that one quest of defeat Ganon. That was a main quest objective that was constantly there. In Breath of the Wild, and it's not here anymore. So I wonder if the castle really doesn't, you know, yield anything of interest right now. Which of course doesn't mean that it won't do so in the future. There's just normal bokoblins there, right? Like, nothing special whatsoever. No... Not even the corrupted versions we found down in the depths. Oh, the floor is still gone, though. Uh-oh. The game was doing an autosave. I'm not so sure if this is quite that clever. Sanctum. At least I don't see some giant Bloodborne-looking... quivering thing that Ganon could appear out of. Ooh, wait. The hole is covered up though. Slightly scared of the music. Uh-oh. Oh, it's just starting to rain? I mean, I do have to admit, part of me didn't really expect anything to be here because it would be a bit too easy to just fly in here. While you definitely had the chance to get to Ganon sort of through the backside of the castle and get here early, and without having to deal with many of the surrounding sort of guardians and stuff, approaching the castle was still way more dangerous and you know, felt like you were actually going to some sort of endgame area you weren't necessarily supposed to be at yet. Whereas here, yeah, sure, it's got ominous music and the gloom is going around and stuff, but I want to say that the chasm we went into definitely felt like a more dangerous place compared to this one. Which is pretty cool, considering that this time we actually get a chance of looking at the place properly. Could you even do that in Breath of the Wild? Not really, right? At least in this room, it would always just trigger the last boss cutscene, if you are pretty sure. Got some arrows. I wonder why that inner hole is closed off, though. Oh, hello. Purple rupee. Okay. Yeah, that kind of makes me think that this is more... well, not really that... you know, dangerous right now, he said, looking up at a huge place filled with gloom. If anything, I would maybe expect another one of those weird phantom Ganons to be here. Ugh, do I want to run through that? I could maybe... you think? It looks like there's a lot of gloom on the staircase as well, because I was thinking of maybe just ascending through it. But I don't want to suddenly appear at a location that has a bunch more gloom as well. Something about this is strange though, isn't it? Like, the place is made out to be maybe not as dangerous as it was before, but certainly not just a normal area either. What are you? Royal Guard's shield 70? This shield was forged using ancient Sheikah technology. It boasts extremely high stopping power, but its structural weaknesses made its low durability impractical for combat. Okay, it's not going to stick around much then. Royal Guard's sword. A prototypical sword for knights. Its metal may not be as durable as others, but the sword yields massive destructive power just before it breaks. Okay. It looks very weird though. Yeah, I think it's certainly also decayed, hasn't it? Okay, so you get a bunch of really cool stuff here, I guess. Okay, I have the option to go back down, right? If there was gloom here. Okay. Right. I think that's the... no, wait. The staircase is buried up. Oh, cool. Increase the power of Flurry Rush during perfect dodge. Well, thankfully, Yastu has increased my inventory somewhat, so this was actually worth it. Oh. Okay, it's another one of those signs. It is quite a tall structure, isn't it? the castle itself. Oh, the sky looks really ominous now here. Something about the way the thunderstorm interacts with the skybox. Looks awesome. I want to say that the music... It's as if it's too intense for... Well, not that many enemies around here. Still pretty cool music. I hope we're not gonna find just a billion different weapons, because at some point I won't be able to pick them up anymore. Royal Guard's bow, 50. This prototype Sheikah-made bow was designed to fight the Great Calamity. Made with ancient technology, it boasts a high rate of fire and firepower, but has low durability. Why are they giving you so many strong weapons here if you don't really fight anything? Because, I mean, previously the idea was that, yes, you could go to the castle right away, and while you personally were still a bit weaker... Royal Harbor. Oh, well, this isn't as good. Although now decayed, the spear was once given to knights who guarded critical areas of Hyrule Castle. It enables a powerful flurry rush during a perfect dodge. Because, I mean, you kind of needed all the strong weapons that the castle gave you to deal with all the monsters around it. But now that there isn't much here... kind of wondering about that. Okay, let's drop this one. Oh. Wait, did I already make a complete round? Oh, damn it, it's raining. Let's see. Why climb if you can just ascend? God, am I glad that they're not making you climb anymore. At least for the most part. Okay, there is another chest over here. Now I'm almost at the top. There is a bell up there. I mean, I saw that from a distance. I guess didn't really expect it to do much. Ooh, nice. Now we're all the way at the top. Sapphire. Honestly, it would be cool to get like a cool armor here or something. Okay, Royal Guard Spear. Use massive destructive power just before it breaks. Okay. Well, we definitely picked up some useful gear. But I'm still just really unsure as to why this exists. Huh? You know what would have been crazy? If activating the spell would have some form of effect like the Demon Bell in Sekiro. It counts as an object though. Oh boy. That means I can move it. Do I want to? Do I want to... What's the saying? Hit the hornet's nest? Something like that. Maybe it really is. Okay, let's save. I'm really not too sure if what I'm doing here is a good idea. Wait, what? Oh. Oh! Yahaha! Well, I don't know what I was expecting. It wasn't this. How the hell did you get up here? Okay, I'm a little bit disappointed. It's just a Korok. It is a very, very cool hiding location, though. Actually, let's go further up. Come on. There you go. Okay, considering that there's only a Korok here, almost no monsters whatsoever except for a couple bokoblins on the outside, and it's mostly about finding some powerful weapons early, I don't really get all of the ominous music. Dusk Bow. A bow that's been in the royal family for ages. Said to have been used by a princess who fought beasts of twilight. It forcefully fires long-range arrows. So this is from Twilight Princess then. I'm pretty sure. Okay, well that's a cool discovery. Can you stand, think, or are you gonna fall down? Okay, you can. Let's see, let's drop... I guess we can just drop this. Take the Dusk Bow. Sadly, this bow is gonna break eventually though, right? Compared to the Majora's Mask armor that we're currently wearing. Well, now the Demon King's bow doesn't seem too special anymore, does it? Okay, let's try to... Oh boy. Now this is Assassin's Creed. Isn't even that high compared to some of the crazy Sky Islands, but still impressive. I'm definitely somewhat confused, though. This almost seems like a place they want you to investigate now. Because otherwise it would definitely be more dangerous, right? I mean, I could try to fly over to the first, whatever it was called, guardhouse again? Because that was where we fought the Lionel in Breath of the Wild. I'd kind of be interested in seeing if there's anything else dangerous in there. I mean, clearly the map in and of itself still has a bunch more stuff to do. So it seems like Zelda's study is still there. Might be worth checking that out, if it has changed. Other than that, I mean... most of this area has been pretty much empty, except for like 2 or 3 bokoblins here at the front. And then, sure, that one corrupted worm, but... I mean, it might be worth it to come back here a couple times later if I want to pick up some more weapons, maybe? Right? Because these are gonna break eventually. And I guess it wouldn't be too bad of an idea to just keep a couple more strong weapons around in case we do fight one of those Demon King Phantom things again. Oh! Hello! There's a shrine here, too. It's actually quite high up. Wait, let me see. That's towards the northeast, though. Let's maybe mark that real quick. Oh, oops, that's not what I wanted to press. Okay, so the shrine doesn't actually show up on the map, it seems like. It might be easier to go there first, before going over to Zelda's study. How far down is that? It's definitely still on the upper portion, though. I mean, I know I'm repeating myself here, but I'm just... Okay, this is B1. I definitely thought that it would just, you know, present a lot more threats here, so that you wouldn't be able to approach it quite as easily. Okay. Those are some of those weird ape creatures. Alright, this does look a bit more threatening. There are a couple of stronger monsters in here. Also, one thing that I definitely wanted to point out. So that entire structure over there, right? Those broken up, like, huge stone slabs. That's where one of the big Sheikah pillars was located earlier. I mean, at least one thing that is interesting to me, or that makes me kind of glad, honestly, is that it definitely still looks as if that structure had existed before, right? I mean, clearly it looks like something was in that sort of square-shaped thing or place. Whereas with all of the other Sheikah structures so far, it really seems like they've just vanished. I mean, I could get behind this a little bit more. This kind of, you know, could look like something actually retracted into the ground again and vanished. And then, you know, a bunch of rubble just sort of fell over it. It just definitely makes me wonder as well if we would be able to activate it again. Right? Would there be a way to, like, reuse that stuff? Or is it somehow out of energy? Also, the Lost Woods kind of look a little bit problematic. Maybe it's just because the gloom is sort of swirling around my screen at the moment. Did they build the tower inside of the Lost Woods, or is that behind it? I want to say that the fog surrounding the Lost Woods definitely looks different than it did previously. Man, so much to look at. I'm also realizing that I got entirely distracted with this castle now. Well, let's grab the shrine. At least it's going to give us a... Well, technically, this does give you a teleport point, but I almost want to say that just shooting yourself in the air from Lookout Landing and just, you know, flying into the castle seems like a better idea. I mean, it definitely just gives you a good starting point for exploration into the place, right? Because that way you'd be able to circumvent most monsters and you can just, you know, hop down to wherever you want to go. The way up. At least this is very calming music, considering that we, you know, have been in the castle for a couple minutes now. Alright, so this is just ascent, I'm guessing. Bonk. Well, that was easy. Is this supposed to teach you that you can use Ascent on things that you created yourself? 'Cause, I mean, this isn't exactly new information, right? This kind of looks like a Tetris stone. Bam. I don't even really need the metal bar. I think the structure would have held on its own. Okay, this seems to be a very simple shrine, honestly. Okay, there's a chest there. I mean, I should be able to just attach... Oops. Just attach this here. And then put this on in an L shape again. Move the entire thing. Ooh. Not this way. Bonk! Oh, wait. Like this? Oh wait, that's almost a bit too high, I'm just realizing. Ooh! Ah, there's spikes here. Okay, I kind of did it wrong. Never mind. I didn't even see the spikes earlier. I don't think that's what you're supposed to be doing. Well, there's a bunch of different ways to do this. So, I guess I can just... Let's see. Let's turn it that way, turn it that way, turn it that way. Attach again. This is not actually that high up. Nope, that's not what I wanted. Needs to look good, alright? Can't just willy-nilly be attached anywhere. This way, this way. Alright, that works. And now we can send through it. Here we go. Bonk. That still looks kind of painful whenever Link does that. Magic Rod. A small and intensely magic rod. It's said to have been wielded by an ancient magician who awoke maximum latent power in gems. The hell is that supposed to mean? Ooh, I know. I might know what it means. I can still fuse stuff to this one, right? And I've already used this one a bunch, so I might want to get rid of that. See? Same problem. Massively expanded my inventory, still problematic. Because you pick up so much stuff over time that it just... gets more and more complicated. I mean, technically I'm not the biggest fan of the Beam Emitter Club, but... at least these are one-handed weapons. This is a spear, though. I have a couple of other spears. Yeah, I think I'm gonna drop this one. Okay, let me test that out. So if we swap over to the magic rod, it always says that the sapphires and such apparently contain powers of water and so on. So let's see. If this does in fact contain the power of water, what happens if I use fuse? Aha! Okay, it didn't really... Opal Rod. It didn't really increase its power. But you can do stuff with it. What is that even supposed to be? Okay, that's really awesome. So these are what? Like... bouncy water balls? Is that what it is? That's really cool. That definitely makes the staffs a lot more interesting. Especially since technically you would be able to constantly just swap. As long as you have those like materials available to you, you would pretty much be able to constantly swap between the things, right? Oh, I need to... I need to change this. Let's see. Let's just break it up again. If I use the big one as a foundation, we can lay it over. Let's use this as like a middle section. Here. And then we can do like a double ascent. Like this. Bonk. I mean, I know I keep mentioning it, but every single time, the shrine, like its solution, very simple. Shrine in and of itself, very simple. But putting all the stuff together, actually changing it yourself, super, super fun. And that just makes these shrines way more exciting than what they were previously. Because there are definitely also a bunch of different shapes that you can do, right? It doesn't really... Well, the actual solution is kind of obvious. It doesn't really force you to do it in a very particular way. Yeah. I do have to admit, one slight problem that I do have with the shrines is that these cutscenes are still just a tiny bit long, right? They're still just a little bit too long for being the exact same cutscene every single time, I think. I don't know, something about them I wish would be a bit different. Oh well. Can't have it all. Okay. That gives us a teleport point now. Okay, we're here. That's further up now, though. Yeah, I had to fly quite a bit down to actually get to where I'm currently at. I mean, I could go through the tunnel. Do we want to check on how difficult these enemies are? Because I honestly don't really expect them to be too difficult. Oh wait, this leads further down. Well, I want to go further up, or at least I want to go back to where Zelda's study was. The memory cutscenes are incredible. Well, the one I have seen so far was definitely really good, so I'm definitely looking forward to seeing more. Okay, you guys do look a little bit more dangerous. Especially because there's a lot of you. Honestly, all the cutscenes that I've seen so far... Okay, that's a black Horriblin. And a blue one. Might as well, huh? Let's see, do I have anything that would really, really help me against these guys? Probably that, honestly. Just fight each other, for a little bit at least. Oh god. That looks crazy. Oh, they all fell on their ass. They're going crazy now. Okay, I have to admit, every single game that gives you the ability to turn enemies over to fight for you, that ability almost always seems pretty OP, doesn't it? Because it's sort of, you're sort of double dipping, I want to say, right? Because you're not only damaging the enemy you're hitting, but you're also damaging the, oh boy. Forgot to attach something. You're also damaging everything else. No, I'm not here. You don't see me. Ooh, one of them comes running. Oh, he kind of forgot about me halfway. Okay, I might actually be able to deal with him. No, block him. Okay. That guy's gone. They don't seem to have a huge amount of health, though. Unless I accidentally... No, I'm using a very normal bow. Actually. Okay, they're still fighting each other, though. Come on, hit him. You can do it. Deal with him. Nice. Poor little fellow. What are you doing here? Stop it. Where? What was that sound? Come on, you can do it. What the hell are you doing? Fight the others! Okay, so they seem to have a very strong desire to constantly climb onto the ceiling. Which I get. I mean, that's sort of... That definitely seems to be their forte, right? Okay, well, he's burning. Oh, ash! Shoot. There we go. Although it also seems like a bit of a, you know, bit of a problem for them that they constantly fall to the ground and on their ass. Bye-bye. Okay, this guy... He seems to have a bit more health than the others. Okay, let's freeze one of them. Man, you just... The amount of stuff you can put on your things is so ridiculous. Alright, big one's gone. You know what? I think it's time to face the rest of them. Ah! Just head on. There we go. Oh no, he fell down. Black Horriblin Horn. 22 fused attack power? What the hell? This large heavy horn is slowly grown into its present hammer-like shape. Whoa. Horriblin Claw. Horriblin Guts. Rare material, it's very bitter and not suitable for cooking, but it makes an effective elixir when cooked with a critter. Yeah, something tells me I'm not gonna see him again. Right. As long as he's still frozen... What am I gonna do with you? Let's dazzle you for a little bit. Just set him on fire again. Goblin horn. There we go. At least it's a bunch of really cool material. Sturdy long stick. A long durable stick made from a branch with good piercing power. It has high durability because it comes from the hardest part of the tree. Anything that would be worth picking up? I think I have... Let's see. I have a bunch of weapons that could still be fused with stuff, right? Or the halberd, for example. Let's see. Fuse attack power. Would it make sense to put like a hammer thing on a halberd? I guess I can try. It looks a bit weird, but gives it a lot of attack power, so I think it's worth it. Oh, we still have the construct horn. Actually, that's a good idea. Let me see. I have this one. I think I want to fuse this with it. 27. These are some good weapons. Okay. Swap back to this one for now. That's a claymore. Oh, Lizalfos. I haven't seen you guys before, currently. I don't really get this place, I have to admit. There's just still a bunch of chests and stuff all around, but there really aren't that many monsters. Is there anything that's worth dropping for this? You know what? Let's just keep it here, right? As long as it's in a chest, I will be able to just pick it up later. Because I'm definitely gonna come back here at some point. I mostly wanted to check on Zelda Study now. Ooh, what the hell is that? That's not a corrupted variant. It's like a fluorescent variant. I was gonna say ice at first, but I think it's more fluorescent. Zelda's place is a bit higher up than I thought, though. I don't really want to fight all these guys. Let's see, if I went over there, I could ascend through. Ooh. He would see me. You know, I could be able to climb this. There seem to be a bunch of, you know, edges and things. Unless... That looks weird. What the hell is that? You know, the part up top that looks like palm fruit of sorts? Yeah, that doesn't really count. I wasn't really expecting it to count, honestly. It's also pretty high up. Let's just climb for a bit. Yeah, there's a bunch of Lizalfos over there. That would be your quote-unquote normal entrance into Zelda Study, right? At least that's what it was previously. Okay. I mean, I still have some stamina recovery stuff, so... I think I will be fine here, hopefully. Let's eat this. Don't fall down. Wait, one of them hurt me? Oh, hello. Well, now I know what you are. Yahaha! I guess the little Korok here was really curious about Zelda's study. Oh, the Silent Princess is still here. Princess Zelda's study. And a Royal Guard's bow. I'm gonna pick that up. Another one. Yeah, let's just leave these weapons be for now. I guess she must have taken her diary then, right? The room in and of itself seems to look pretty much still exactly like we left it. Oh boy. I did not expect that to happen. What the hell? Wow. So apparently there's bridges now that can just break apart. Oh boy. One of them saw me. Which one? That one, right? Yeah. Whoa. Nope. I'm out of here. Hopefully he's going to be too confused seeing Link, you know, travel through ceilings and whatnot. Question mark. Huh? The hell did I just witness? Oh, that was like... It was pretty cool, but also kind of a cheap move to make the bridge fall. Knight's Claim. There is an insane amount of weapons here. There aren't even enough enemies to, you know, really use all of the weapons that you can find here. I cannot believe this just breaks apart. These... Damn. Princess Zelda's room. Also, the music at this point, when you're constantly running through here. Holy shit, what is that? Royal Guards Claymore. Yeah, it doesn't even really make sense for me to pick up all this stuff. Music really makes you anxious at some point. It even looks a bit more broken up than it was before. But other than that, kind of unspectacular in a lot of ways. Okay, I think that is enough exploration of the castle for now. I think we might be coming back here later, because I don't know, I wouldn't really know why it would make sense to come here in the first place. Let's see. So the thing I originally wanted to go to before I got completely distracted by looking at the castle proper is down here at the first gatehouse with the possible side entrance. That's over there. That's the first gatehouse. I wonder if they knew that people were gonna go for the castle. Just because it was such a staple in the previous game. At least the music's gone now. Oh, so all of these guys just left this stuff here? I mean, I guess it's sort of still a base camp, right? Can this be moved? No. We have to come back here at some point, right? I mean, sure, we definitely will have to enter the chasm down below. That's for sure. But even the castle itself, I want to say, is something that we'll be definitely checking on at a later point in time. Okay, so this was the upper entrance, and I think this was completely closed off, if I remember correctly. Yeah. I don't think, yeah. Okay, cannot recall it. Can't really do much else. I could ascend, but that doesn't really help me to get inside of it. Okay. Let's see. I think the other door, that was the door over there. This is so weird. I almost want to say that I'm just missing something that's going on here, but I really can't put my finger on what. Okay, the guard that was previously stationed here just left, it seems. Are these movable? Yeah. I mean, I definitely remember entering the castle from here. Without the very ominous music, this almost seems, well, very intriguing, yet still distinctly, you know, non-threatening. Definitely doesn't feel like we would find any monsters here. God, this looks insane. I mean, in theory, right? If I were to just jump down now, I'm pretty sure we would technically be entering, or rather, logically speaking, we should be entering that exact same room that we went into with Princess Zelda, where we saw the Demon King wake up. I wonder if it would trigger a cutscene? Would that really start the last fight? And also, what does that mean for the depths, right? Because, I mean, the place we went into yesterday, when I went into the chasm. Ooh, that's funny. It gives you the last location that you visited in it. Huh. But yeah, I mean, when we were down there, sure, it was dark, but it definitely felt as if it was just one giant connected place. And also, the light roots seem to be directly below the shrines. What does that mean, for example, for the shrine that we found here in the castle? Maybe they're not below every single shrine, just the ones that are on the surface or something? And what would happen if I just, for example, teleported here right now, right, to this location, to the light route, and just went north? Because we're really not that far away, if you will, right? I mean, the path from here to the other one, I mean, it wasn't super close, but it was definitely doable on foot in a, you know, short amount of time. And this is just maybe twice, maybe 3 times the distance. Unless the chasm below the castle, for some reason, is even further below. That could be. Like, maybe if I went north from here, we would just eventually come across a, I don't know, a section that just fell off even further. Just another dark hole within a dark hole, if you will. Doesn't exactly look like there would be anybody here, though. Right? The way he was talking about it made it seem as if the... Wait, isn't this where I came from? Made it seem as if the cook was just sort of chilling here. That does sound like a monster, though. I love that reverb effect. Yeah, these are the guards' chambers. I mean, I remember coming here before. Oh. Okay. But I mean, that's not the kitchen. That's the other exit. What a weird place. Especially since now it just really seems as if, you know, the soldiers that were stationed here previously to look for Zelda just sort of left. So is this lead anywhere then? Oh, hello. Are you the only guy here? No. Oh no, did I hit both of them? Or is there only you? Wait, it looked like there were two. Oh yeah, they are. Well, there we go. Fight each other. What are you doing? Thank you. Oh, damn it. Ah, that... Sometimes I wish they would have kept the... Oh. Come on. Come on down. Well, that's not nice. There we go. Is the other guy dead? Oh, god damn it. Oh, holy shit. Alright, so this guy can definitely one-shot me if he wanted to. Well, that's not good. Oh god. Let's eat some salt, grilled meat, and both of the dubious foods. Poor Link. Oh god, come on down here. Where's my dazzle stuff? Or let's just do this instead. Come on. There we go. Ah, damn it. Why does he fly in? What's the point of that attack if the enemy is just thrown away? Like that. There we go. Why did he deal that much damage, though? Does he just have, like, a strong base attack or something? Sturdy long stick? Because I don't think these sticks deal that much damage, right? Isn't that just... Wait, if I swap over to this... Huh. Yeah, I think that their base attack must have been added to this, right? Oh, wait, wasn't that how it worked? Yeah, that's how it worked, right? So they have some sort of base attack and then it adds the attack power onto it. And since I have 9 armor and 6 hearts, it's still a one-shot because it dealt, I don't know, probably like 10 to 15 base attack plus 8 or something from the stick. I'm in the castle. Well, now I'm not in the upper part of the castle anymore. This is the lower section. So this is kind of where I met the soldiers earlier. Ah, there's a guy. I was looking for you. So when I came here first, when I came to Lookout Landing first, right, which is like the first town, they said that there were a bunch of soldiers at the castle looking for Princess Zelda. And then you go there, and you're not allowed in here. There's like a guy in front saying, you know, this is not your place, blah, blah, blah. You're not strong enough, I don't know. And now you can enter it. It doesn't really seem to be too much here. I mean, I found a bunch of strong weapons, but that was pretty much it. Except for this guy, maybe. The reason why I came here in the first place is because a person in town mentioned that somebody apparently came here, like the previous cook in town came here for whatever reason. I don't know if it's this guy. Nobiru. That's not a name that I've...
So this is the inside of Hyrule Castle. It's practically a maze, huh? Well, yeah, kinda. Not really.
Yeah.
Oh, Link, right. Sorry about that. I didn't see you there. I'm Nobiru. There's still a bunch of valuable treasure and weapons inside the castle, so they asked me to guard the place from thieves. I mean, I'm sorry to tell you, buddy, but I just took a bunch of stuff. But I'm a little lost. Oh, but don't you worry about me. Go right ahead. I mean, you're from the castle after all, so yeah. Just steal everything. It's fine with me. I don't know if I'm comfortable with you being here, honestly. You seem a bit, you know, unequipped to handle this.
Oh.
Trust me, I've got this handled. You don't need to worry about a thing. I am worrying, though. So that there are monsters running around in there. Yeah, like the monsters that are directly below us right now, for example. Reminds you of Wind Waker's Hyrule Castle. Well, I mean, it's sort of supposed to be the same place, right? I mean, it is Hyrule Castle. It's like a different version of it, I guess. The only thing that I'm wondering about right now is just what exactly is the point of this place? Because is it just meant for you to be able to go there to get a bunch of cool weapons early if you really want to? I mean, a couple of the monsters that I fought in here definitely were a bit stronger than a lot of the stuff that we fought on the outside so far, but at the same time, they were definitely also very, very far away from the Lynels that I had to deal with here earlier. So, Anybody in here? Ah, dining hall. There we go. This is kind of where I wanted to go to. Okay, so there's... For some reason, there are definitely still a bunch of people around, but... Huh. So this was the larger room that I had never entered before. For now. Crunchy fried rice, huh? Well, wouldn't you know, there is one recipe that apparently remained all these years inside of the castle, completely untouched by, I don't know, fire and whatever else destructive powers ravaged here. Well, he got lucky. So you need eggs, a piece of meat, some wheat, and I presume oil? I don't know where to get that from, honestly. Romano, you are the guy I'm looking for. Oh, hey there. I assume not the only one who thought it was worth the trek to come here. Well, we sort of heard about your cooking friend down in Lookout Landing. Kind of worried for you. And honestly, I am too, because you're kind of all alone here. How long has it been abandoned? Well, technically over 100 years. Because in Breath of the Wild, the castle had already, like, 100 years ago in Breath of the Wild, the Hylians looked into the Sheikah technology and started to reactivate all the guardians and shrines and whatnot to fight Calamity Ganon with that. But Ganon sort of tricked them and used his corrupting power to corrupt all of those guardians that were actually meant to fight him, to fight for him. And he used those guardians to completely wreck the castle and the surrounding town and completely destroy it. And in Breath of the Wild, there's still a bunch of monsters around here. There's all kinds of guardians and really, really dangerous stuff. A lot of things that shoot lasers at you, for example, and those really strong Lynels. And then now, apparently, maybe a couple of years have passed between the games. Maybe not. Maybe it's been a couple months. But yeah, the castle itself more or less remained in the state since 100 years ago. Except for maybe after we dealt with Ganon, you know, in the last game, I could see them possibly, you know, coming back here to at least look through what they could maybe salvage. Which makes it even more unbelievable that one of the maybe
you know, secret recipe still remains here, but I guess so. It doesn't look like they made it habitable again. I don't think enough time really passed. I mean, that's why a bunch of those construction piles are now out and about pretty much everywhere, because I think they want to reconstruct it. There's been, at least in front of the castle, there are a couple of camps, and there's a bunch of construction material, and it looks like at least, you know, 2 or 3 of the building foundations that were still usable look like they want to repurpose them and rebuild some of the houses, but they're definitely still in the very early processes of doing so. And obviously, since the castle, or the inner section of it anyway, now got lifted up in the sky by this strange gloom power very recently when we started this game, that probably put a halt on their reconstruction efforts. You must really appreciate good cooking if you're willing to sneak into the Hyrule Castle dining hall. Yeah, yeah, maybe. This place is loaded with recipes I couldn't have dreamed up myself. It's also inspiring. I only see one, though. I came all this way to find a special recipe so I can treat everyone back at Lookout Landing. Nothing lifts the spirits like delicious food. Cool. So, you take an oil jar and Highland rice, and then you add in meat and a bird egg. Darn it, hungry again. Better hurry up and try this one out soon. Yeah. So that's the special recipe he was looking for? Really? That's why you put yourself in danger of being, you know, completely annihilated by super strong monsters just to come here and grab that recipe? I mean, honestly, it doesn't even sound that special, right? Well, I don't honestly remember if it was a thing in Breath of the Wild. I want to say it was, but I'm not 100% on that. It's definitely in this game. I've seen recipes from time to time. There was one in the stable, I think, that I saw. There was one in the kitchen below in Lookout Landing. So, yeah, you can get a bunch of ideas, I guess, on cool cooking recipes that way. Though I do have to admit, it really seems a bit unlikely. I mean, look at the state of this place. And then there is, like, obviously one poster of seemingly a very special recipe that still remains on the wall all these years later. Oh, that's just a bow. Okay, and this just leads back out. Oh, hello, Mr. Magician. Didn't see you there. I really don't know what to make of this castle. I also find it weird that this is not a side quest. I would have almost... I wonder if I make that recipe. I mean, I'm missing the oil, but... Oh, the wheat too. Oh, you know what? One thing that I definitely didn't think about. Why not take a picture of it? I wonder if I make that for the people in Lookout Landing. If they're gonna be, you know... Onion, rice, meat, and... Oh, am I forgetting even more of the ingredients now? The poster's over there. Did you forget your glasses or something? Not necessarily the smartest cook, maybe, if you forgot the recipe walking those 20 meters over to the cooking pot. But yeah, when it comes to this castle, I'm just not sure what this is supposed to be about. I wonder if... I mean, I could just really guess that we're gonna come here later again, and it's just gonna contain a bunch more stuff. I don't know. Or alternatively, since it was the staging point of the last boss battle in the previous game, and it sort of was a, you know, like the location you wanted to get to the entire time, maybe they thought that this time around it was just sort of a bit of an excavation site for you to get some weapons if you really wanted to, but nothing more. Well, either way, I think I've explored enough. Also, it might actually be, considering how many more fairly strong weapons remain here, if I really did wanted to get more of them, it might just be worth coming back from time to time and check on the rooms that I haven't been to yet. Also, it is quite easy going back here, all things considered, so might do that sometime. Oh, your dedication is incredible. It'll keep me motivated for the rest of the afternoon. Captain Hoss has withdrawn from the castle and is fulfilling his other duties for the monster control crew. But never fear, I'm keeping watch, and I'll make sure no thieves sneak past me and steal any of the castle's treasures. You mean like the cook that just... or did you just let him... I mean, technically he's not a thief again. But be on your guard, okay? There's a terrifying monster called a Gloom Spawn lurking around here. Oh. If you see a moving mass of gloom, fall back as fast as you can. Aha! Maybe that's what we're supposed to be looking for here. Moving mass of gloom. That definitely sounds like what I was fighting earlier in that cave, right? I mean, it wasn't exactly a moving mass so much as a mass of moving arms. But I guess it's almost the same. It's some kind of monster completely coated in gloom, and if it touches you, it'll steal away your vitality. It has strange wriggly things protruding all over. It's a real sight. If it spots you, it'll try and chase you down. Sorry, but I don't know any more than that. It's important to know as much as you can about your enemy. Be careful. Okay. Well, I wonder... really wonder where that is then. Because if he's saying that, makes it seem as if it would be in the lower section of the castle, not in the floating bits. I mean, it sounds somewhat similar to what I was finding before, the Gloom Ganon spawn thing. I don't know. I mean, either way, it seems like a thing that I want to deal with eventually. Though, I have to admit, not really a priority right now. I think... yeah, at this point, since I grabbed the shrine now, I upgraded my hearts. It might be a good idea to just go back to the tower. And use it to fly back to the stable, maybe? It is somewhat annoying. I registered my horse now. I guess now that it's registered, I can still take it out because we can recall it every time, right? With via whistling. So it doesn't stay behind. And then I could use it... I honestly... Well, my earlier plan, before I get completely sidetracked, my earlier plan was to... go essentially back here, go to the pin, that was a shrine, and then just take... I don't know if it would be worth to check on the chasm here. Although maybe, at least I could just jump down briefly, because there should technically be a light route right next to it, right? So, considering that the shrine is here. So I could jump down, activate that light route, come back up, then travel further to here, which should be, according to the information I got, an outpost of the newspaper. And hopefully there we'll get a bunch of new information. Possibly also about what the hell happened to Rito Village. And then we can slowly, very, very slowly, make our way over there. That sounds like a good idea. And before that, well, I mean, it might be worth to talk to the cook real quick. Maybe he's gonna say something about his friend and about him, well, looking for a special recipe in the castle. Although I get the feeling that we probably have to cook the recipe to advance that particular piece of information request. It's not really a quest, but I don't know. Something tells me that it's, he's at least gonna react if he does see that recipe, I think. I'm playing Fishing Planet while listening to Ocarina of Time Fishing Pond music. I don't even really remember the Fishing Pond music. Kind of makes me miss fishing, though. I really wish we could get the fishing rod in this game. Oh, it's the same as Kakariko? Okay. I always like those fun little fishing minigames. I want to say that the one in... Wait, did Wind Waker have fishing? Not really, I don't think. I mean, Wind Waker had the, what were they called? What you could buy from Beetle in order to get your map update. Oh! Not a good idea to just stand around with weapons that can, you know, be struck by lightning. Is my bow fine? Yeah, it is. Yeah, I don't really remember past that. You could call that fish to you, but I don't think Wind Waker had fishing per se. I think Twilight Princess had fishing, though I want to say that I also wasn't a huge fan of it, I don't think. Well, either way, I think this is, since I'm back here, I made a plan, I know what I'm doing in the future. I think this is a good way to stop for now, because sadly I do still have to do some stuff today. Repair some things. Unfortunately, I won't be able to play tomorrow, which kind of sucks, but then again, you know, I can't only be playing Zelda, unfortunately, even though I would like to. So I think, considering that I also have to work, I won't be returning to the game until Sunday, sadly. Now that I'm saying that out loud, that kind of makes me really, really sad. But either way, hopefully I have a bit more time next week to play. And then, hopefully at that point I still remember the plan that I just made. Back to the tower. Well, I mean, I have the pin, and it's the only pin that I put down, so I should be fine on that. Go back to the pin, do the shrine, go into the chasm, activate the light route below it, come back up, go to the newspaper place. And then look further from there. You know, deal with the Rito, possibly. Because that's still kind of the only big quest we have. I very much expect... Okay, so technically, somewhere close to Rito Village, there was another one of those huge signs on the ground, so I expect that maybe we could get into another memory there. But other than that, I'm pretty sure that the game might require me to deal with at least one of Pura's phenomena first before more quests are introduced and more things can happen, both with the chasms and with Robbie's research as well. Yeah. Time will fly by, surely. Yeah, it's true. Although, sadly, it also does so while I'm playing this. I still feel like I'm in the beginning stages. Like, I've barely done anything. I've done the first quest to activate my camera and go into the chasms, and I've done, well, brief look into the castle, and slowly made my way over to, like, the first stable. I mean, I've done a bunch of stuff. It's just, I haven't really gotten very far. But either way, I mean, that's the beauty of the game, right? That also means that there's still a billion different things left to see and to do, so... well... I definitely like that a lot, right? But yeah. As always, thanks a lot for being here. Thanks for hanging out and chatting. And I most likely we'll do a brief Final Fantasy stream tomorrow, because we might continue raiding, although that still depends on one person. I don't know if they can make it. But other than that, I will continue on Sunday with hopefully more adventures in Tears of the Kingdom. Until then, take care. I wish you a great rest of your morning, day, evening, or night, wherever you are. And maybe I'll see you on the next one. Bye-bye.